being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Fanfare Show with Barry Cunningham. I'm Barry Cunningham. So we're going to be doing a lot of things differently. In case you haven't realized it, I'm really trying to do a 1 p.m. show every single day, at least Monday through Thursday. Friday's going to be an in-between day because I'll just do one show on Friday, so that's probably going to be about 3 o'clock. But Monday through Thursday, I'm trying to shoot to have a definitive time at 1 p.m. That way, if YouTube notifications don't get out, if for some reason you don't get the notification from YouTube, you can count on that the show is going to go on at 1 p.m. Fingers crossed, God willing. Everything else happens right, that's what we'll be doing. 1 p.m. All right, so today is a crazy day. I mean, so much stuff. Just to let you know, President Trump had a presser this morning. We're going to show that and comment on it. We're going to react to some of the things he said. Then we're also going to talk to, I think the second story is about the Supreme Court ruling. And then we got a whole bunch of other stuff. And I got a tight time frame because at 2:30, Jerome Powell from the Federal Reserve is going to be coming out and giving his talk as to what they're going to be doing with rates, which they've been trying to go against President Trump the entire time, and I think they're probably going to keep it just the same. He's not going to raise it. He's not going to lower it. That's my prediction. We shall see if I am correct or not. I mean, a whole lot of stuff coming up. AOC, some crazy stuff. What happened with Tucker and Ted Cruz? And then, of course, what in the heck is going on in Iran versus Israel, which President Trump touches on in this press conference. So settle in. We're going to cover a lot of stuff. Again, we're going to comment, we're going to react, and let you guys hear some things. And we're just going to go through the news. How's that sound? And of course, before I begin any of the news, I have to tell you, am I doing that right now? No, we're going to do some news first, and then I'm going to come back in. All right, so let's find out what President Trump had to say this morning.
Jobless claims in housing starts data going to hit the wires right now in about 2 seconds. Rick Santelli standing by at this in CME in Chicago. Hey, Rick.
All right. that's a little peek preview. That wasn't what the video I wanted to show, but I announced today on Twitter, X, that from now on, and you guys can all close your eyes and hold your ears, you can do all that, I'm going to be doing a financial update on every single show. I talked to Kelly Loeffler yesterday from the Small Business Administration. I'm talking to other people in the administration. Kelly's is a cabinet member. We've heard what President Trump has had to say. We are going to talk prosperity. We are going to talk wealth building, and that's going to be a segment of each show. I'm going to save it today until hopefully 2:30 when Jerome Powell comes out. So we'll get to that stuff in a little while. Right now, we're going to hear President Trump.
This with our viewers because at the moment, White House ground crews are escorting the president as they put up two giant flagpoles. Let me see if there's a comment here. Just pop that on.
Why doesn't it have a flagpole from the grass? They call it a flagpole from the grass. They have a little one on top, a very little one. This is about the largest you'll ever see. And it's tapered. It's at a quality that you guys rarely get to even put up. They do that for a living. They're incredible people. I don't know them, but I love them. And I would bet that they all voted for Trump. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but I think so. But we're about to lift it, and we also have one going on what's called the front or the north. We have one going there, identical. So we'll have one on this side of the building. We'll have one on that side of the building properly placed. In this case, we had a lot of choices, putting it on that hill, putting it different places. It's such a beautiful pole, we thought we'd put it near. I mean, it always looks best when it's near a Doral. I put it right near. I have a similar pole. And these are the best poles anywhere in the country, or in the world, actually. They're tapered. They have the nice top. I don't know if you people are aesthetic. They're the fake news. I don't know about I don't know if they're. But it's a very exciting project to me. And then at 11 o'clock, we're lifting the flag. But we're going to lift the pole now, and then they're going to the other side, get that, and then we're going to do, I think, 2 flag liftings. We'll be putting it up at 11 here, and a couple of minutes later on the other side. We'll start here at 11. So that'll be very nice, very patriotic. We're doing well and as a country. If the Fed would ever lower rates, would buy debt for a lot less. It's a shame. This guy, do you ever have a guy that's not a smart person and you're dealing with him and you have to deal? He's not a smart guy. He's worried about inflation. I said, that's right. If there's inflation in 6 months or 9 months, you lower the rates or you raise the rates. You can do whatever you want, Brian, right? So let's say there's rampant inflation, which there's none. You know what? There is a success. I got a call from Congress last night. Sir, there's a problem. I said, what is it? Money is pouring in. We don't know how to account for it. I said, check the tariffs. $88 billion came in from tariffs. No inflation. And it's going to get even more so. I know what I'm doing. So we have a stupid person, frankly, at the Fed. He probably won't cut today. Europe had 10 cuts, and we had none. And I guess he's a political guy. I don't know. He's a political guy who's not a smart person, but he's costing the country a fortune. So what I'm going to do is, he gets out in about 9 months. He gets fortunately terminated. Biden, I would have never reappointed him. Biden reappointed him. I don't know why that is, but I guess maybe he was a Democrat. I got great advice from Mnuchin on this one. Great advice. But he's done a poor job. So we have no inflation. We have only success. And I'd like to see interest rates get down. Now, Biden did a lot of very short-term debt. So we have short-term debt coming due. And because of this guy's rates, if he'd lowered a point, I'd pay about a point less. Then if he'd lowered 2 points, I'd pay about 2 points less. And that's for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, 5 years. It's hundreds of billions. It's even trillions of dollars that we're going to lose because of this too late. I call him Too Late Powell because he's always too late. I mean, if you look at him, every time I did this, I was right 100%. He was wrong. Maybe I should go to the Fed. Am I allowed to appoint myself, Doug? I don't know. Am I allowed to appoint myself at the Fed? I do a much better job than these people. So anyway, we should be 2 points lower. It'd be nice to be 2.5 points lower. We'd be saving $800 billion, $700 billion. That's a lot of money. Think of it for nothing, for absolutely nothing. We'd save $600, $700, $800 billion We have, I think we're 38th now in interest, and we should be number one. We should be the lowest. But, and by the way, if he's worried about inflation, that's okay. I understand that. I don't think there's going to be any. So far, there hasn't. I mean, we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job. When I came in, we had a lot of inflation. We went through 4 years of the highest inflation in the history of our country with Sleepy Joe Biden. And Sleepy Joe. And he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And so we had the highest inflation we've ever had in the history of our country. And then it came down because when I got elected, it started dropping because people understood that I knew what I was doing. But now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it. And he's not a smart person. I don't even think he's that political. I think he hates me, but that's okay. You know, he should. He should. I call him every name in the book, trying to get him to do something. I've been nice to him. I do it always. I don't know how to sell. I've been so nice to him, fellas, you wouldn't believe. Let's have dinner. Too late. I'd call him too late. Come on, too late. Let's have dinner. I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like just a stupid person. But I don't expect anything. Maybe he does a little bit, but we should be 2.5 points. Remember, Europe had 10 cuts. We had none. We're paying more rate, more interest than a lot of European nations that can't carry our suitcase. I'm going to be nice. There's another expression. You know what the other expression, can't carry your, you know what it is, but I shouldn't use it in front of the fake news. So it's very sad to see it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go very short term, like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, wait till this guy gets out, get the rates way down, and then go long term. Because we have a tremendous appetite for our debt, because our country is doing well. But think of it, I got a call from Congress 3 nights ago. Sir, we can't account for the money coming in. I said, that's a good problem. You know, the bad problem is we don't have any money. They can't account. There's so much more money than we thought is coming into the Treasury. We don't know where it's coming from, sir. I said, check out the tariffs. He calls back about a day later. Wow. I think you were right. Yeah, I was right. That's nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. More importantly than the money coming in, we have factories being built, AI, auto factories. 2 of them stopped yesterday in Mexico, you read. And they're coming here because they don't want to pay the tariffs. They can't pay the tariffs. It doesn't work. So I just want to wish you a lot of luck with the new flagpole. We have 2 of them. And we're going to do this one now. Then we're going to do the other one. 11 o'clock or so, we're going to have a flag raising, which will be great. And I got to get these guys back to work. They're making a fortune. They're standing around making a fortune. But remember this, somewhere in this group is somebody that is going to captivate some movie producer. Not Harvey Weinstein, but somebody else. Harvey's seen a better day. So it won't be Harvey, but it'll be somebody. And it'll say, that guy is perfect for a movie. And you're going to become a star, and your friends are going to call you, and you won't even return their phone call anymore. You know? You say, what do you do for a living? I put up flagpoles. I'm not even going to talk to you. I'm a big movie star. So somewhere you have that. Anyway, let's have a good, they call it a lifting. They also use another word, but I'm not going to use that word. You know what that is? The word, it starts with an E. You know what the word is? If I ever used it, I'd be run out of town by you people. All right, so enjoy it. Doug, you're going to get some good. He's going to win another Nobel Prize, I think, for this picture. So maybe the flag will be even more exciting. But this is pretty exciting. That's some equipment, I'll tell you what. Look at that crane. That's some beautiful equipment. It's there's nothing like America. Have a good time, everybody.
Have you been answered questions about whether you...
All right, so he did all that preamble before he even began. Even before he began the actual question and answer part of his press conference. He spent, as I'm looking right now, because I just cut it at the right time, he spent 8 minutes and 10 seconds destroying or trying to destroy Jerome Powell. I told you I'm going to start doing a financial part or segment of my shows, and I'm like, but if that's what he's leading with, then why the hell are we not talking about finance? I'm going to save that segment for later in the show. I want to wait until, Jerome Powell actually comes out. I think it'll be important to talk about it, but wow. The President of the United States at a flag raising, or using the word he didn't want to use, a flag erection, I can't use that word, takes 7 minutes out of his time with the cameras rolling and goes at the Federal Reserve head on. And he talks to him about the interest rates and why having the interest rates so high is hurting America, actually injuring America. And I get people on X who tell me, hey, let's not talk about financial news. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm taking my lead from the boss. The boss is spending 7 minutes of national network airtime talking finance. He led with finance. So why wouldn't we talk about it? That's what it's all about. And so you at home have to understand what the ramifications of what the Federal Reserve is doing or not doing. They're keeping interest rates high. By keeping interest rates high, it hurts the housing market. It hurts other markets because people can't access readily available capital because they're going to have to pay too much for that capital, which then suppresses all kinds of different things. Hey, if I have to buy more stoves for my restaurant, even though they're 100% expensable under the new, big, beautiful bill, but that hasn't been passed yet. So all kinds of things revolve around this guy coming out at 2:30 today and saying, yeah, I think we're going to make the interest rates X, Y, or Z. And Trump's had it. He's completely had it with this guy, and he's letting everybody know, including you and me, that he's going to make a change as soon as he possibly can. He doesn't want to fire the guy. He's going to wait till his contract expires and just put somebody else he wants in there. And as you heard him say, we're going to lower the rates. He already knows what he's going to do. And so you sitting with your forecast notes going, maybe I should look up when Jerome Powell's contract is up, because something is going to happen around that date. Go ask Grok. I know somebody will. When does Jerome Powell's contract expire? Because that would be a big circle. That would be, you'd get in your Google Calendar and put he's done on this date. So the very next day or that day, I need to make some moves. If you're paying attention, which some people don't, and other people don't think that I should be telling people to pay attention. I'm paying attention, so I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm going to go look and find out when Jerome Powell's contract expires, because he just told you. As soon as I replace him, we're taking it down a notch or two. So if you know in the future, it's like having, you guys have seen the movie Back to the Future, or Back to the Future Part 2, when Marty goes back because Biff now is a gazillionaire and he owns the town. He's like, how the hell did he get rich? Well, remember the book, Marty? We gave him the book. It had all the scores of the games, and he bet future because he knew that he'd win. You now have that comic book. President Trump just gave you the future comic book. Get in your DeLorean and go ahead a couple years or whenever it is that Jerome Powell's contract expires, but get the DeLorean fired up. Plan. Project. You've got Biff's comic book, or almanac it was. You've got the almanac, and you very, very seldom have the opportunity to look into a crystal ball. You now have that opportunity, courtesy of your president. So now he's going to start taking some questions. Let's listen in.
There are questions about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset?
Before he jumps all over this, somebody just looked it up, and it said that his term expires May 2026. Somebody said September 2026. All right. So now that you know that chairman, he'll be gone sometime in May 15th, somebody says. May 15th, Jerome Powell is out. So it is now June 2025. Make a big circle. Understand, on May 2026, that dude is out of here. So May 16th, May 15th in the evening, whatever that time he's gone, you now know. So I'm going to have to back this up a few seconds, because I don't want you to miss this question, because this question is really going to tell you something about the answer. And I love how he just dissected this stupid reporter. Listen to this.
striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never.
Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear? I know the bombastic thing. You're like, you're an idiot. I'm not telling you what I'm gonna do. You know, what time do you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you the time? Which plane's gonna do it? You're an idiot. But then he said something else. I don't know. Maybe I pay too much attention to it, the words coming out of our president's mouth. So I'm going to play that last 5 seconds. I just want you to hear specifically what he says right here. Ready?
It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit, that first hit. That was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended. It ended on the first night.
Wait a second. I'm going to go back a little bit further because I guess I missed it. All right, here we go. Listen to this.
All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country.
You would have had a country. What? Wait a second. They have a country. They're Iran. You should have told me 2 weeks ago you could have had a country. Now this man, we've heard him speak many times. He doesn't mince his words. What the hell did that mean? You could have had, past tense, a country. Does that mean they're about to get obliterated? And of course, nobody in the press picked up on that. I didn't know if you picked up on it. If you've seen it earlier today, did you pick up on that? Past tense. You could have had a country. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm watching this live. Robin was out by the pool, and I'm like, hey, wait a second. Did you hear what he just said? You could have had a country. You could have been somebody. You could have been a contender, but instead of some bum from Joycey, you could have had. You could have had. Well, I already have it. What do you mean? Maybe it's about to be taken away. And if I was in intelligence in Iran, I would be running into the Ayatollah as a whole and saying, hey, did you hear what he said, man? He said, had a country. Don't we own this country? Like he said yesterday, for now. And I don't know, maybe I'm a breadcrumb follower. Maybe I like to put things together too much. Maybe I'm absolutely crazy. But the man said in his text yesterday, actually a post on True Social, you're still alive for now. Remember, what does that mean? For now. Ultimate surrender. And you could have had a country. That tells me you don't have much time here because you could have done this or that, but you didn't, and you could have had a country. You could have been a contender. Wow.
It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit. That was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended. It ended on the first night. Yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Really, nothing's too late. The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you, Mr. President?
What?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking.
Mr. President,
We may meet. It's. I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
To who? It's a big difference between now you want to meet and 2 weeks ago. What's different? In regards to us, what's different? I love to use movie references, and sometimes people get them, sometimes they don't. But I remember when, in The Godfather, when Michael and Fredo were out partying and everything, and Fredo says to him, well, we missed this time. We could have had these relationships. Why didn't we? And then later on, Mike whacks his brother. It's too late. We could have talked. We could have worked something out. I don't know what you guys want now. It's too late. Damn sure ain't letting you into the White House. I don't know exactly what's happening because none of us are in that situation room. But just by listening to him talk and watching his facial reactions, you can tell there's a decision that's probably already been made. There is a decision that is probably going to affect many people in the Middle East, maybe some people here in the United States, and it's already been made. He's talking in past tense. We could have, you had. Those are very big indicators, and plus the anguish on his face. Now, somebody in the chat said, you know, he can't obliterate Iran because it's biblical that it will be there. No, I'm not saying the country will go away. The country, I mean, the land is what it is. Who will be leading Iran is going to change. That's the difference. It will probably still be Iran, but who knows who's going to end up running Iran. I don't know if you've seen pictures and videos of women in Iran throwing their burqas up in the air, ripping them off. No, we're not going to be like this anymore. You have an entire half of the population who are tired of being wrapped up from head to toe. They want liberation. And I'm not taking the stance of, somebody called me earlier, a warmonger for Israel. Notice I didn't mention the words Israel as I've been talking. Nope, haven't mentioned Israel. I'm just listening to what this man is saying. A little bit different, isn't it? Just you sit back and listen to the guy who leads your country, who you voted for, and just listen to the words that he says. You know, when people are talking about, and we're going to get to it, you know, we didn't vote for this, we didn't vote for war. I don't foresee it being war. It doesn't look like it's going to be war. It looks like someone's just going to go end something. Not involved in something. Now, are there going to be sleeper cells that may do something here? But that's because Biden let them in. And you're thinking to yourself, maybe, well, if Trump didn't do something, then these guys wouldn't get pissed off and then, you know, do something here. That's not how it works. These people are here, whoever they are, wherever they are, to do bad things to America, and they're going to do them anyway. But I don't think we're going to see a, quote, forever war. I don't think we're going to see a war. Whatever action he takes, I don't know how people are conflating it and defining it to be war. I think President Trump is going to go in. If people ask me, what do you think he's going to do? I think he's going to send a bomber. He's going to have that giant bunker-busting bomber take out their last nuclear facility that's hundreds of feet below the earth and turn around and go home. That doesn't sound like a war to me. And if that sounds like war to you, then let me be the first one to tell you. The only reason it sounds like war to you is because you don't understand how many things America is doing that you don't know about. That might be just stunning to some people. Because right now, I'm pretty sure there are covert operations happening across the world that you will never hear about. You will never know about. But this is so visual. Oh, you're going to go into a war and the planes and then it's flying over and people are tracking, the transponders and everything else. Oh, we know what's going on. Planes are going. What about the stuff you don't know? What about the stuff where, something just happens in some city or across the country and some guy just goes away and they can never solve what happened to him? How many times has the United States done that and people have not even known about it to complain? This just happens to be a bigger visual, more public version of that same covert stuff that happens all the time so that you can sleep better. I'm not talking about putting men on the ground. I'm not talking about putting women on the ground. I'm talking about him taking an action that presidents have taken forever, but this one doesn't have the cloak of darkness. This one doesn't have the people behind the scenes who are in camouflage in the dirt and then pop up and go boop and then go down and you never see them. Let's be adults here. Let's be adults and understand America has done some really bad stuff in the aim of keeping us safe and keeping our, and this is, I'm going to use this broadly, our interest safe. There's a reason why many things that we do here, other countries can't do. And there's a reason why presidents turn gray. And they have to make decisions that they know you will never be comfortable with if you knew what was actually happening. We just have social media, we have television, we have TDS, these people are crazy, we got people tracking transponders, and you just happen to know about it this time. Like that reporter just asked, when are you going to do it? I ain't going to tell you. Didn't say, I'm not doing anything now. See, that's the scary part. That's where some people have to realize. He did not say, no, we're not going to do anything. Everything is fine. Everything. Don't worry about it. And again, I am not a warmonger of any way, shape, or form. I just want there to be as much peace as we possibly can. And I'm not a crazed nut for Israel, and I'm not a crazed antagonist for Iran. But here's what I do care about. I do care about that I saw today their parliament burning the American flag in the parliament and saying, death to America. Death to America. I don't care if it's Israel is their adversary. I don't care if Syria is their adversary. I don't care what country over there Iran has a problem with. You start something here, you got to expect your president to finish it. Death to America, that's you. That's me. And, whatever moves are taken, let's pray for it and everything, that everybody's safe. But you can't let that just continue. Let me take a second here, and what do I got? Hold on. I need to bring something in here. Where is it? Because I have to play this real quick as part of my deal. All right, so let's go ahead and take a listen to this real quick. All right.
Trump country is booming. We're building, hiring, and winning in America because energy tax credits put America first. Building new factories in our communities, bringing manufacturing jobs home, and creating a stronger middle class.
Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country. More production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers.
And America's comeback depends on American energy. President Trump, keep what works. Don't repeal energy tax credits.
That's from one of my new partners, Built for America. If you haven't known who they are, let me just really give you an important update. Right now, DC politicians are trying to kill the energy tax credits that are actually bringing manufacturing back from China and putting Americans to work. These credits are fueling American energy dominance, rebuilding our supply chains, and hitting China where it hurts. We're not talking theory here. We're talking real jobs, real factories, real results right here in America. Repealing these acts would kill millions of U.S. jobs, got $1 trillion from our economy, and hand China the win. President Trump can't let Congress pull the plug on America's comeback. Protect the tax credits that are putting America first. All right, so let's continue here. Maybe take a few comments before anything else. President Trump is superhuman. Yeah, he does seem to be that way. Keeping them equals win for America. Jobs, manufacturing, absolutely. Hey, again, I go right from Betty to Barry. Oh, so he gets done at about 1 o'clock. Perfect. Let's see. President Trump is right about the Fed. He will just fire Jerome Powell and get to it. If anything happens, it will be in a blue state where they don't carry. Pretty true. I hope that's where it happens. No, I don't hope it happens anywhere. I shouldn't say that. They're getting rich off of Chinese slave labor. Let's see here. Tornado warning. Let's see here. Let me just keep saying some other stuff here. If anything happens, this here. I trust Trump as commander-in-chief. He knows a lot more than we do about Iran's current circumstances. Absolutely. That is the actual truth of the matter right there. All right, so it's 1:30. Let's keep going, and I'll be ready for... and so what'll happen is at about 2:15, I'll go to a break so I can get everything configured so I can bring in Jerome Powell's talk. All right, let's continue.
Powell said we may meet. This is about Vance and with possibly going to talk about.
It's about anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. Yeah, but they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, courageous, but, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggest, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific, good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. I mean, they're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. We've totally captured, we've totally captured the air, Brian.
Yeah, Mr. President, you've been fairly compassionate towards the Iranian.
See, that proves to you right there that they don't even listen to the answer. They're all sitting there with their notepads and their phone. Make sure you ask, you got that? Yeah, ask that question. Yeah, so is the sky blue today? Yeah, okay, thank you. And hey, so President Trump, want to know what kind of loafers you have. And you didn't hear what he just said to the questions that just got asked because you're too important about answering your own question instead of listening. The guy asked, are they going to come here? Are we going to let these people come here to negotiate? And his answer was, to me, stunning and revealing. Listen to his answer over again. All right, so let's get to that point. Hope I didn't go back too far.
I said it's very late to be talking. We may meet. It's I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
You said we may meet. Mr. Powell said we may meet. This is about Vance and with possibly going to talk about.
It's about anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. Yeah, but they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, courageous, but, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggest, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific, good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. I mean, they're totally different.
Is there a possibility they can come here? I don't even know how much longer this is going to go on. It would probably be meaningless for them to come if they're even still around. Big news he's dropping there, and the people in on the reporters aren't listening. Is it okay if they come here? I don't know how much longer this is going on. What does he know that you don't know that you guys aren't listening to? He didn't say forever war. Does that man sound like he's talking about a forever war? I don't even know how much longer this is going to be. Doesn't sound like a forever war. Everybody's out there freaking out. Forever war. Listen to the president. The president is telling you. They got nothing. I don't know how long how much longer is this going to go on. I don't know.
Defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. We've totally captured. We've totally captured the air, Brian.
Yeah, Mr. President, you've been fairly compassionate towards the Iranian people's suggestions.
I know a lot of people from Iran, from New York, from Washington, mostly from New York. They're incredible people. They're smart. They're energetic. They can be difficult, but so can you. No, they're great people. They're smart people. And those people are getting the hell beat out of them now. And it's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one. Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that, right? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later. But I think that's going to work out too. But so many people have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine, Russia. Many, many more people. A building falls down, they say nobody was hurt. It's ridiculous.
Why should not deportation
mean? Unconditional surrender. Two very simple words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there.
I'm laughing because I covered this yesterday, and 2 words: unconditional surrender. And this idiot from the press corps, I hope it's not one of the people we know. What's that mean? What do you think it means? It's done. It's the end. It's over. There's nothing left. And then we're going to go in and demolish the rest of what's ever left over. Wave the white flag and call it a day. And this idiot said, what does that mean? How could you take that to mean anything else? Unconditional surrender is what it is. And he just looked at her and that's it. You're done. It's over. That's what he wants.
They had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. War is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week. Maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots, really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy others?
So you have to listen to this man. This man, again, he gives you all kinds, I call them breadcrumbs because they're basically comms. So I don't know if you heard what he just said there, if you could decipher it. I know it's outside. I don't know if we can say we won yet. Who's this we, Tonto? Yeah, everyone's worrying about, is Trump going to get into this war? Is President Trump going to do this? And he's already talking like we won. I can't say that we won yet. We? Who's we? We're already in it. This is, he just, the breadcrumbs are incredible if you listen. I mean, here, listen to it again. So you don't think Barry's making this stuff up. This is him.
We'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week. Maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there? No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. War is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that
I wouldn't say that we have won anything yet. Like, are you not listening? This isn't Barry making stuff up. It's very hard to say I'm interpreting it wrong, because if you say I'm interpreting wrong, I'm listening to the President of the United States. I'm letting you hear the President of the United States. The people on news won't let you hear what he has to say for the most part. How the hell can we be winning if we're not playing? Let that sink in. How could we even be talked about winning? We're supposedly not in the game, right? People are telling all over television, oh, we shouldn't get involved. The man just told you we're already playing the game. We'll see what happens in the next week. What? Wait a second. What do you mean we? So all the people out there, Ted Cruz and John Bolton and Tucker and Alex, we. I wouldn't say we've won yet. Can you back up and tell us when the starting gun went and that we actually began playing, participating? Because I know for being in athletics, I can't win unless I'm playing the game. Somehow, we're already in it.
We sure as hell made a lot of progress, and we'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust? That dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. If you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time, and I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations, Mr. President. You said last week that changes would be coming for farmers who have seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away. But then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement would remain in place, that it's a cornerstone. So what's your message to farmers?
We got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave. Do we have anybody in here that's a member of the? No, I don't think so. You've known all these people for a long time. Any illegal immigrants in
here? No? This guy is fantastic. Any of you guys illegals back here? Just before I say something, I just want you guys to have to scurry into the bushes or something. Any y'all illegals?
If they would, they'll find out.
Right?
They'll be checking you. You won't believe. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. They'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before they stood up. But they'll end up being, he's a so and so. This one is from you know where. Don't worry. I think you're going to be okay. Sure. I'll be right behind you. Far behind you. I'll be right behind you. Now look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure hotels. I mean, we have to take care of them. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela, from all over the place. They emptied out the jails, many of them. I would. If I were running one of the countries, I would have emptied out my prison population into the U.S., and many countries did. And we're getting them out, okay? We're getting them out. Thank you very much. Let's watch this. Brian, go ahead. Are you okay?
I'm just going to follow up on the immigration real quickly. Yeah. Can you comment on the impact of the Trump card and how much revenue?
Yeah, we have a thing called the Trump card. This has not been done before or thought of. And for $5 million, this is usually people that would either be working for companies like Apple, I think, is going to buy a lot of them, because they can't get people into the country. If you come in through the southern border, you have no problem. You can be a criminal, you can be a drug dealer, and you have no problem. But if you go and graduate number one in your class from a great school, you can't get a job because there's no access to getting it. You can't get a green card. So we're going to sell that to people, in some cases wealthy, in some cases not wealthy. They'll be paid for by universities. Look at Harvard. They got $53 billion. That whole thing is coming to an end. It's amazing what we found out. What a disgrace. They have $53 billion. We gave them 5, 6, and some people say it's as much as $9 billion over a short period of time. So that's very much coming to it. They want to make a deal more than, I would say Harvard wants to make a deal more than Iran wants to make a deal, and Iran wants to make a deal. I mean, a lot of things are happening on a lot of fronts, Brian. A lot of good things are happening. And frankly, it's a little bit of as we used to say liberal, now they say progressive. I use the word liberal. Progressive's too nice a word because they're destroying the country. They're really destroying these liberal politicians are destroying our country. Look what they've done during Biden's 4 years. I mean, we're working on, so much of our effort goes to getting people out of the country that should have never been here in the first place. What he's done to this country, it's not him. He had no idea what was going on. Everybody knows that. It's other people. It's Lisa and this one and that. All these people, all this scum that was around the Oval, the Oval Office or around the beautiful Resolute desk telling this guy, here, do this, do that, and not even telling him. They just go over to the auto pen and sign whatever the hell they wanted to sign. Because say what you want about Biden. He wasn't for open borders. He wasn't for transgender for everybody. He wasn't for men playing in women's sports. But he has no idea what the hell. He has no idea. And they were very upset. They wanted Bernie Sanders. And after about a week of this guy, they said, wait a minute, we just hit gold. This guy has no clue. He'll do anything we tell him. And then they realized they don't even have to get permission. They just go up to the auto pen. That's a subversion. That's a takeover of our government. And you people ought to start looking at it. That's a takeover. Not only did they cheat, I guess you saw yesterday came out with China and the license plates, tens of thousands of cards. They use those cards.
Okay, so interesting comment from Aramis here. And I wanted to stop for a second and take this comment. It says, why does he bother with the fake news? Keep them in the dark, throw them curveballs. Because he's not talking to them. He's talking to you. There's no way for him to get the word out. There's no way for him to let people know what the hell is really going on, because he knows the media is not going to tell you. The media at this point will do anything they can to completely obfuscate and not show people what really is going on. They'll give their opinion. They'll give, a little snippet of like 5 seconds and go, oh, he said this. But the reason why he's talking to, quote, the fake news is because he's not talking to the fake news. He's talking to you and me. He expects people like me and Benny and Patrick David and other people to take what he's saying and make sure we blast it out to people. That's why he has spent the better half, thus far in real time, almost 20 minutes just talking to the press. Imagine that, 20 minutes out of the President of the United States day. He's standing there talking to the press that he knows are not going to report what he wants out there, who are not going to show him in a good light. And so he has to tell you in this manner what's really going on. And he touched on so many things there that you're going to see in the upcoming pieces that I have for you. So he talked about, obviously, Jerome Powell. 2:30, Jerome Powell comes up. We're going to see what happens there. Then he talked, obviously, about Iran and Israel. And at the same time this is going on, which I'll be covering tonight, there's a hearing with Pete Hegseth, and the Democrats are going all kinds of bonkers with Pete Hegseth, which we'll cover tonight. Then he talks about the Transformers in Boys and Girls School. Well, the next piece after this was the Supreme Court hearing. And they dropped an absolute Moab on the woke agenda, which I'm going to show you. So he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's hoping that people like me and people like you pick up on it. So everything he's saying, now he's talking about Biden and the auto pen. Well, at the same time he's doing this, They're having a hearing as to all the problems that Biden did with the auto pen and the decline of his mental capacity, which we'll cover again tonight. So all of this is happening at the same time that the President of the United States is doing what you just said, talking to the fake news, because he wants to bring your attention to it. Because otherwise, you may not even know that there's a hearing going on right now, I don't know, well, half hour ago, about Joe Biden and his decline and the cover-up. You may not know unless there's people like me or many other people who can tell you what the Chinese, the CCP did to give out fake driver's licenses. You may not know. You may not know that the Supreme Court just spanked the liberal agenda very hard. And he just did all that just in like one sentence.
Vote on the second election, my second, the one 2020. Because as everybody here knows, I won that election by a lot. But the only good thing I can say is this is a much more historic term than I think I could have had as a second term. This is a much more historic election. And now we're going to put up a beautiful flagpole, and we're going to put up a flag. And I hope you enjoy it. And let's see how real people work. These are real people. You're not real people. Your job is too easy. Okay? Thank you very much.
How tall is the flagpole?
Close to 100 feet.
Real quick, you have a meeting today with the Pakistani Army Chief of Staff. What are you looking forward to achieving diplomatically?
Well, I stopped a war between Pakistan. I love Pakistan. I think Modi is a fantastic man. I spoke to him last night. We're going to make a trade deal with Modi of India. But I stopped the war between Pakistan and India. This man was extremely influential in stopping it from the Pakistan side, Modi from the India side, and others. And they were going at it, and they're both nuclear countries. I got it stopped. I don't think I had one story. Did I have one story written about it? I stopped the war between two major nations, major nuclear nations. I don't think I had a story written about it, but that's okay. You know why? The people know. The people know. Did anybody write that story about the war? Did you write it? Oh, did you write it? You wrote it.
You told us to ask you to get more
adjustments that need to be made for Marine One departures and arrivals?
No, we put it so that Marine One is very far away. We did it in conjunction with the Air Force, with everybody, and everybody signed off on it. We now we have to have it far away. It's very far from Marine One's out there. It's out in the field. So you have to have a certain distance. We're about 3 times that distance. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Can you hear what you told Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All right, so President Trump, that went 20, in real time, that was 21 minutes of him talking to the press about things that they're not talking about and should be in the news. Let me show you a couple things that he also didn't discuss, but I can't remember. Maybe he did say something about this. He talked about his poll numbers. His new survey comes out and says President Trump's job performance approval is 54, disapproval is 44, and 2% of people just don't have any idea what the hell they're talking about. So they don't even know. So 54. In addition, when we get around to the financial news, U.S. wage growth is the highest in 60 years. Think about that for a second. U.S. wage growth is the highest it's been in 60 years. That's a lot of presidents. A lot of presidents that entire thing covers. Doesn't it? It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's talk about this wage growth. All right? I've got this from Glenn Beck.
Speak to somebody who don't believe the talking point that illegal immigration actually suppressed U.S. wages.
Well, it's very simple. I mean, what you're doing is if a worker comes in illegally, that allows the employer to pay he or she a below average wage rate. And in turn, that resets the market lower for everybody else. Put another way, if a firm does not have access to abundant, and we can even call it exploitative labor, then those wages, economically, microeconomics are such, you have to pay more. you're not kind of flaunting the law. And what that allows then is for wages to be naturally higher. And what happens is workers, U.S. workers, then get paid a fair, actually fair, when I mean fair, I mean market-based rate. It's not, there's no below market-based rate. So the economics are pretty solid, and Secretary Besson has highlighted that. And you should see over time with this flow of illegal workers coming into the market, you should see nominal wage growth accelerate.
All right, so we're going to see wage growth accelerate, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Completely. People have said, oh, that no one wants to do these jobs, right? Yeah, well, you're finding out for right up front that Americans will do these jobs, and you're going to have to pay them more because we're not going to take the slave labor. We're not going to take these rates. You're going to have to pay us what we're worth. I don't have any problem paying people more money. I don't believe in this living wage crap. But if you're doing a job and there's not enough people to do this job and you need it done, then go ahead and pay these Americans. Oh, wait a minute, but my peaches might be more expensive. Sorry, that's the way it's got to be, at least for the time being. You need people in these positions that are Americans. And it's not something that's mean. It's just how America's going to grow. And so we're actually seeing that happen right now. Let me tell you real quick about something I have been very feverish about. You know, sometimes you see something like these and you think, okay, I need those in my life like yesterday. That was me when I first came across these Trump never surrender gold sneakers. These aren't just shoes, they're a full-on statement. You can actually see it here. Bold, fearless, and unapologetically patriotic. I mean, just look at these things. The gold finish, the red, white, and blue accents. It's like wearing a piece of American pride right on your feet. And let me tell you, they don't just look good, they feel good. The quality is legit, it's comfortable, they're durable, and surprisingly lightweight. These kicks aren't sitting in the back of your closet gathering dust. You'll actually want to wear them. Show them off, or maybe even start a few conversations. What I love most is the message that they send. And they do send a message because when you wear them out in public, people are like, damn, those are some good looking shoes. But the message that they truly send is never surrender. It's not just a slogan, it's a mindset. Whether you're out making moves or just walking into the weekend, these sneakers are a reminder to stand strong and never back down. They've also become a favorite gift. Listen, I know there's a lot of you guys who watch this who are a little bit older, not so much on the cool side anymore. You dress down, and I don't know where you live. Maybe these would be too ostentatious to wear in Idaho. But I live in South Florida, so they go in really good. By the way, our team just won the NHL Stanley Cup for the second year in a row, and these looked perfect out there. I mean, we all know someone who would love these. Big Trump supporter, a collector, or just someone who rocks bold style. And here's the best part. Each pair is a part of a limited run, so you're not getting some mass-produced junk. These are numbered, exclusive, and designed to make a statement. How cool is that? If this sounds like your vibe, or if you know someone who would be interested in these, or could picture someone wearing them, yeah, go ahead and get them a pair. Check it out. Just for the Fanfare audience, you get a special discount at themagaoffers.com/Barry. That's themagaoffers.com/Barry. I'll spell it out for you. THE, the MAGA offers with an S.com/Barry. Use that link to get your pair right now and take up to 15% off your order. Don't wait too long. These are going fast. Own a piece of the movement and step into something legendary. Now, I understand some of you guys might be saying to yourself, man, those look like clown shoes. Smell good too. Good shoes. All right, so it is now 2:05. We're waiting for Jerome Powell to come out, but we're going to continue. Let me go ahead and take some comments here while we are waiting. Put wings on those trainers, exactly. I'm getting the Trump phone plan as soon as it's launched. Yeah, I'm going to be looking into that too. Ashley's trying to get Don Jr. to come on. Fingers crossed. Let him talk about that. You have big feet, Barry. What does that mean? See, last time I made a joke like that, people got offended. They got all up in their fee-fees. Remember when I was talking about the Trump knife? And I'm not even going to go there. Okay. Let's see the other side. Other side of what? You want to see? Okay. This is the outside. And that's what the outside looks like. The light on it shines. See, it's reflective. And then this is the inner. The inner's got the red stripe. And then this is the bottom, looking like a Jimmy Choo shoe. And that's what it looks like inside. And no, my feet don't stink. Don Jr. would be fantastic. We're trying to get him. You know, one of the things that Ashley has to do is these guys are everywhere. They're on Fox. They're on all the different podcasts, and you got to find your schedule. I mean, yesterday, Kelly Loeffler, who was on our show, she was everywhere. I'm flicking a channel like, oh, she's on Fox. Oh, she's on CNBC. Oh, she's on Benny. Oh, she was everywhere. And so you have to find your time slot, and it has to work perfectly for these people because they are so busy. Ashley has been talking to Tom Homan's people now for about a month, trying to find that time slot when we can get in there. My PE teacher would love those. Yeah, I love the gold on the shoes. Thank you very much. MAGA need to lighten up and not be as fragile as libtards. Oh, man. Don't get me started. Don't. Yes, I completely agree. Benny had Eric and Don Jr. on the other day. Yep, we're trying to get them as well. I mean, it's a lot to get these people on and make sure that they have time and they're slotted in. I just happy that they consider us worthy of their time, and Ashley's doing a great job getting everybody booked in because. You watch Benny, you watch probably Patrick Bet-David, and there's a few other, Tim Pool, and our little corner of the world here, she's doing fantastic getting these people booked. All right, so let me just jump because there's some other breaking news I want to get to. Breaking, in case you haven't heard it, let's see what's going on here.
Also this, moments ago, breaking at the Supreme Court, the justices there have issued a decision on Tennessee's ban on sex reassignment medical care for minors. The Supreme Court upholding the Tennessee law that bans certain types of gender-affirming care. Let's bring in Shannon Bream on this. Shannon, it's the first time really that the High Court is considering.
Let me just stop. The first thing I wish somebody would take to the Supreme Court and say, can we get our language back? Can we stop playing games with this stuff and call it what it is? I'm really worried because I'm including this segment here and not on Rumble. They may get mad that we're talking about it. So I'm going to have to be very careful and just listen to the news and hear what they're saying about what exactly happened. And I'll try not to be incendiary or get anyone up in their fee-fees. But they struck it down, or actually they upheld it.
This type of care or restrictions on this type of care for children in America.
Yeah, and this has been one of the most watched cases of the entire term because there are many other states that also have some kind of limit or ban on trans treatment for minor children. So this has gotten a ton of attention, and essentially the court's ruling 6-3. There are concurrences and breaks here and there, but the majority opinion says this. They says this case carries with it the weight of fierce scientific and policy debates about the safety, efficacy, and propriety of medical treatments in the evolving field. They say there are a lot of different studies out there. They came up during arguments, some of them saying other countries have limited or backed off these treatments for minors, but they say that's not our place, our decision to make, but essentially says our role is not to judge the wisdom, fairness, or logic of the law, but just to ensure that it does not violate the equal protection guarantee of the 14th Amendment. They said this law survives that scrutiny, so essentially concluding that it does, we leave questions of policy to the people, their elected representatives, and the democratic process, essentially saying Tennessee has passed this law, we're not going to step in. We think that it passes the constitutional muster of the 14th Amendment. So Tennessee can continue under this law to ban specific treatments that are trans-related for minors. And the other states out there, 20 plus of them, who have these laws will also take great reassurance that the court is signing off on what they've done.
Right now, Shannon, Justice Sotomayor is reading the dissent. And part of what she wrote is that this court now authorizes untold harm to transgender children and the parents and families who love them, end quote. How big of a setback is this for the transgender movement?
Well, it is in these states where there's a dividing line in this country about states who think that this is good policy for minors to have these treatments available, and others like Tennessee who think it doesn't. And Tennessee had argued that they had a state interest, a compelling government interest in making sure that these treatments did not proceed for young people.
All right, so at this point, wherever you are tuning in from, you're going to have to look at your own municipality, your own state, to try and figure out, does it work for your state? Now, she mentioned 23 different states are putting this restriction on it. I'm pretty sure Florida is one of them. But I can't speak for the other states, and we're going to have this chasm here in America where people are going to probably try to cross state boundaries to do certain things to these kids. And I'm sorry if I have to be very vague. It's because of the censors and stuff. They don't even like us talking about it. We haven't reclaimed our language as of yet because somebody might be upset. But this is news. It's not my opinion. I'm just going to do complete news here, and I'll let you guys have your own opinion about this. But in any event, you're going to have to check your state to see if your state is actually doing something to legislate this. Now, what may also happen is if your state wasn't involved in this legislation or doesn't have a legislation like this, then maybe your state now will see, we can do it. We can go ahead and ban this stuff. And because we now have the weight of the Supreme Court decision 6-3, I assume, I haven't seen the judges poll, but I would believe it was all 6, including Amy Coney Barrett. I think it was Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson who said no. They're the ones who were put in by the liberals, and the other 6 were conservative. And the 6-3 at this point, when I hear that number, that usually tells me all 6 conservatives did indeed vote for this. So, as this moves forward, you're going to have to see if your state is on board.
It is one of those things that feels like it's making the country more red and more blue in concentrated ways, because there will be people who may decide where they live based on these laws and these decisions. She does.
Now, should that happen, I pray for you. Because she's absolutely right. What we are seeing now is a parting, almost, we're not getting closer as a country. We are getting further and further apart. We are indeed breaking apart. I don't think it's possible at this point, unless God intervenes, that we're going to see any kind of unity. You got these people over here who can't tell the difference between somebody who's supposed to be in the country and somebody who's not in the country, supposed to be here in the country, and there's no distinction whatsoever, and their economies are based on having these people in the country. Over here, we have people, or states rather, who don't want these people in the country and are doing fine, Florida, and that's how it's going to be. You got other states that say, you know, you can play whatever sport you want, and it doesn't matter if you go in the locker room or not. And you've got other states saying, no, only these people can go in locker rooms. It's dividing quickly. And now you get this one today, and this one today says, nope, you can't do this kind of surgery and stuff and blah, 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 blah. And so she just said, you're going to find people moving and they're leaving the red state and going to the blue state. Or the other way around, you're going to have some people who are raising kids, but nah, I don't think so. I got to go to a red state.
Talk about this in her dissent. She says the court's willingness here to strike down this law and get into the health care bans does damage. She says irrevocable damage to the Equal Protection Clause, and invites legislatures to engage in discrimination by hiding blatant sex classifications in plain sight. Again, as you said, she said, without second thought, you're increasing untold harm to transgender children, their parents, and their families. She says there's no constitutional justification for this, so I dissent. So a split there, a big decision. We didn't think we might get it until next week. There are a few more percolating out there, but this is one we've been watching.
Shannon, we know that this decision wrapped in consideration for puberty blockers and hormone therapy. What about surgery, the other contentious issue?
Well, that wasn't a part of this case, essentially, which was, a little bit of a mystery to folks about why that part of this was not challenged. But there are different parts to this law. So for right now, what it's saying is none of the puberty blockers can be done. None of those hormonal things can be offered to kids. Maybe there's another legal fight to come over the surgery aspect of this. But Tennessee has been kind of one of the forerunners and leaders in this. And there have been cases, as you guys know, because we've covered them, about people going inside these hospitals and whistleblowers and people saying there are things going on here that are in violation potentially of the law. So this now gives Tennessee the full-throated support of the Supreme Court to say your state has decided to do this. It passes constitutional muster now.
All right. So with what she's saying here, this is really important. So I want to show you this. I did just find a map of the states. And let me see if I can blow this up a little bit without it going crazy. All right, here's did I go too far here? All right, so these are the states as of right now. Okay, you guys can see this yourselves. Let me just move this up a little bit. Bingo. All right, so you can see this. This is where we stand right now. You see a lot of red there. A lot of red, and you see the blue where you would expect it to be blue, or purple rather, they used. The purple means that it's still happening there. So you've got Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, and D.C. You can do whatever you want to the kids in those states. In the gray, those are like, yeah, we don't know yet. And that would be Rhode Island, Delaware, Virginia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Well, we're not sure yet. The red, as you're looking at it, is obvious. Those are ones who now can say it can't happen here. It's I would say, overwhelmingly red or undecided. The amount of states that currently can do what they want is it's on the coast. It's on the two coasts. That's where it is. The heartland, pretty much covered. I think Kansas will step in line. I think Nevada will step in line. And I think Montana will step in line. Because Montana, they had it, but it was struck down by the court. So that's going to flip red because now they do have the Supreme Court decision. Arkansas, down below. Restrictions struck down by the court. All right, so that basically is going to make all of that stuff red. Doesn't bode well for the people who want to do things to kids. I guess I can leave it at that.
State, you can enforce it.
Shannon, this court, well, back in the day, they would wrap things up in about a week's time, but they could go for another 2 weeks because July 2nd is a Wednesday. So they've gone past that June 30th deadline that we've seen in recent years. So that's possible. But you think about the other cases, and there's a big one on birthright citizenship.
Right.
Do we consider that to be the highest priority case before them now? And could that come last?
I would say yes on that because it gets to the underlying issue of those nationwide injunctions, which have marked this second Trump presidency. Can a single federal judge, some 600-700 of them around the country, can they shut something down nationwide? So it came to the court in that vehicle of the birthright citizenship case, but it's much broader because it will tell us whether this court thinks a single judge can shut down policies nationwide. I think it's the thorniest, trickiest. It was a difficult argument for the justice.
So I want to clarify something, as there was a comment, and I just want to make sure you know that map is old. Well, just want to let you know this map and the page that I'm showing you right now, or in a second, is from today. This is today. Hold on, let me go back a page. This is today's Associated Press. 12:40 p.m., June 18th, 2025. So it's not old. Maybe the map is old, but that's specifically what the Associated Press included on their article today. The source is the AP. This is from today. They posted this. So if it's old, Sando, might want to give the AP a call. I can't do anything about what they reported, but I have no You know what I'd like? If people say something is old or not relevant, show me the link that you have in contrary. I'd love to show it. But anyway, this is what they're showing as of today. Just saying.
They added it as an emergency hearing in May, which they never hear cases in May. So I would not be surprised if that's the last thing we get from the court, just because it is going to be so contentious. They went overtime last year into July, so I wouldn't be surprised with all the emergency petitions they have pending, in addition to their regular work, that we may go into July this year.
Jillian.
All right, Shannon, thanks for jumping on that with us.
You got it.
Shannon, as we wait, just hang with us one moment here. We can go through the blog. There's a readout that's happening between the justices, and I don't know, but what is your sense about this ruling when it comes to the measure of emotion the justices looked at this? Is it a little more packed with emotional heat, do you read?
It was very heated during the arguments. It was extended time. There was a lot of back and forth between the justices themselves. Sometimes you get the feeling that the advocates who are there arguing in front of them are sort of secondary to the arguments they're having with each other on the bench. And this was one of those cases. I mean, it definitely is something that stirs up a lot of passions on both sides. It's a huge cultural issue. And justices don't always read their dissents from the bench like we hear Justice Sotomayor is doing now. But they do it when they're very fired up and they really want to make a statement about exactly what they're objecting to. So it's not uncommon. It doesn't happen with every case, though, and it generally signals that there is some real heat there. Now, remember, in recent weeks, we've given you a ton of unanimous decisions, and people have been like, oh my goodness, look at the court and all the ways it's kumbaya. Well, the tough ones were coming. We knew this was coming, so the unanimity will only last so long.
One more here, and just help our viewers understand this. Amy Coney Barrett is saying that she notes the court does not resolve whether or not transgender status constitutes a suspect class. And then she says, I write separately to explain why, in my view, it does not. So that gives me the indication that this story is not over, or further explanation is required, or it's forthcoming.
At least with respect to this Tennessee law, the case is closed, but it does kind of signal where they may be going in the future. There are certainly other cases on this topic that are going to wind up before the court. They get thousands of appeals every year. She does have a concurrence here. It's we're clocking it at 118 pages, so I haven't read everything just yet, but this opinion. But she does signal about some of the future conversations that they're probably going to have here, because remember, there have been big cases. Justice Gorsuch in recent years made a lot of news on a case that was about what sex means in the law when it says you're protected on the basis of sex. Does that mean simply a biological gender? Does it mean being part of the LGBTQ class? Does it protect trans, sexual orientation, those kinds of things? So they're
Can you even imagine that in the year 2025 we're having this discussion? Where have we gone? How far away from God have we gone to the point in 2025 we're having a discussion in the Supreme Court of the United States of what is and what isn't a certain type of person? Did you ever think as you were younger and going through high school and college and your married life that there would ever be a discussion as to what's this baby? Before I slap its butt, what is this? Oh, I can't really tell. No, it was easy. Every single one of us who had children, single one of us who had, nieces and nephews, they're like, oh, you just had a little baby boy. Or a little baby girl. And now it's like, we don't know. This is the discussion we're having in 2025, and you're wondering why kids' heads are screwed up. I saw one lady on Twitter today said her 1.5-year-old child told her, yeah, I need to have the change. A year and a half? A year and a half old baby? You mean the same kid who's pooping his own pants and can't wipe his butt? That kid is telling you he wants to be trans. That kid who can yet really chew hard food. That's the kid who's telling you he needs to I need change teams here. What kind of parent are you? Oh my God.
Really weighty questions the court has not fully answered in every potential context. And this is certainly one of those cultural moments and issues that she's signaling we're going to have to get more deeply into this.
Okay, just to put a fine point on this. This affects Tennessee. Does it cover the other 25 states, yes or no?
It will, because the Supreme Court has said if the law is modeled basically in the same framework as Tennessee, those states should feel that they do have now the stamp of approval of the Supreme Court. Now, if these laws are significantly different, they could maybe another challenge could be provoked. But for the most part, if it's within the confines of what we saw within this Tennessee law, then most of those states will have comfort that this is a nationwide decision that covers a law as long as it's pretty close to Tennessee.
All right, so that was a very, very important nugget right there. And the attorney generals from different states that want to be covered under the umbrella of this SCOTUS decision now have that recipe. Don't try anything funky. Don't play around. Basically get the Tennessee law and copy it. If you get the Tennessee law and copy it and then get it voted on by your legislature, you're good. It's done. It's over. That dividing line in our country has now been set, and it's set in stone for at least as long as this Supreme Court is as it is. Obviously, if the Democrats get involved, what they'll probably do is try to pack the court and add 3 or 4 more liberal judges and try to overturn stuff. But as of right now, if you're in one of those states, where's my little mappy here that I have? If you're in one of these states that are the wrong or the right color or pending type thing, if you're in one of these, let's say you're Wisconsin, let's say you're Kansas, let's say you're Nevada, and you're not really sure at this point which way to go, they just told you. You now have a roadmap. Download the law from that state and then tell your people in your legislature, this is what we need to do. And then there's going to be no question. You win. You can do whatever's under that umbrella. If you change it, they're going to get sued. The Democrats won't wait to sue you. If you forget the period at the end of a sentence, they're probably going to sue you. Just copy it verbatim and vote on it. Don't get cute. Don't get cute. We can't have cuteness right now. All right, so it's 2:28. I'm waiting to see what time. I timed it pretty good. See Jerome Powell get up on stage here. And tell us that we're screwed again and he's not going to lower the rates. Let me just refresh, make sure he's not talking. Hold on. All right. Let me see here. I'm running it right now to see they're running an ad. Give me 2 seconds so I can configure this and then have it ready. So I'm just going to put on the be right back thing for a second here. Won't be long. All right, so I got it configured. It's all set to go. As soon as he steps out, we'll take it right away. Boom. In the interim, let's take some comments. All right, let me go back up here. Call them what they are, communists. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. I mean, it's sad. We already know what Poophead Powell is going to say. He's going to screw us. Exactly. Barry, why are Democrats so stupid? Because they're not stupid. See, that is not giving them credit for what they plan on and what they want to do to this country. They have a plan. They have an agenda. They don't care what we think, and they're staying steadfast in trying to do and build their communist utopia, their socialist utopia. So they know exactly what they're doing. And this problem is too many of us are looking at it and go, hey, I can see. But they've been doing it for decades, getting everything in place, Okay, nope, he hasn't come out yet. They're waiting at this point, and they've been able to execute. So look at the rallies, look at these protests. Who are them? Well, you got the black bloc idiots, Antifa, but for the most part, they're all older white people. These are people who, from 1968. Wait, here he comes. Let's go ahead and listen.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP as we call them, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 135,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate, at 4.2%, remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end of next year and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March projection. These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted, uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy strategy and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services, have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about, responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And, our job is to make sure, one of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Hi, and thanks, Chair Perry. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjust it over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you end at a higher rate at end 2027 than you would have in the prior forecast. Is that a result of a sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term as you get out to the later years. It's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely. And then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time. And what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
But you say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that they do. So and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the world will be over.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down, and that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about, cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data, including this morning, that have been pretty weak. Do you see any concerns that, the economy is weakening and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do, of course, monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5%, 2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So, you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of, basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very, very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very, very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic developments, and for now, and we'll be watching the data carefully.
Well, just quickly on, given that there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario? What kind of odds do you see of that scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time, but it does reflect. If you see somebody writing down a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecast are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and they haven't. And we will see whether, to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. Even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you share that?
What you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. As you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff. But together, they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict. And we haven't been through a situation like this. And I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data. And again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
Nick Tamarosa of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts, and they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down, more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things, and I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just wait a couple of months or however long it takes to get a sense of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects on spending and on hiring and all those things.
Mr. McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults in your direction, and I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from some of the legal implications of that, whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until your term is up, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall Street, on consumers, about the outlook for the economy.
Look, from my standpoint, it's not complicated. What everyone on the FOMC wants is a good, solid American economy with a strong labor market and price stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned to right now to deliver that and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us. Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on as governor when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess with workplace raids increasing, picking up significantly, what kind of effect would that have on the labor market in the short
with
term?
what picking up?
Workplace raids.
So you're asking immigration?
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means, like, part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply is diminishing because the immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SEP that you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
So the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into, into discussions about, specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're going to do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we talked at a high level about a number of ideas. The SEP is part of it. Many other ideas. It's sort of how do we think our communications can be improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really, it was a great conversation, number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really only implement things that have very broad support. And also you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do for the benefit of the public.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based on data instead of speculation. You've said today the inflation data is in a good place. We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December, and there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today and you didn't cut today?
Great question.
Well, the forecast for inflation in December was 2.5%. Core PCE for 2025, the forecast was 2.5%, which is a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before we had any idea of what the actual policies would be, we've learned that the tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought. And we don't, our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other well-resourced forecasting operations. So what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened. And so now you saw 2.5% forecast in December, you saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher inflation for 2025, and that's a big part of the change, and that's that's due to the effects of the tariffs that are, we don't know where they're going to land, but it's pretty apparent they're going to land higher than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans, small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Well, I mean, we're trying to restore price. The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation on a durable, sustainable basis, that, and also maximum employment. If we restore those things, that's the best thing, and that is our goal. The best thing we can do for the American people, for households and businesses, that is the ultimate thing that we can deliver. And they can make their decisions without having to think about inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all the way down. They're not very high, let's be honest. I would say policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now restrictive. If you look at the economy, it's not performing as though it were performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restrictive. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing services, which are the other two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what we're doing, and I think we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now, and inflation is 2.3% headline inflation over a 12-month basis. So it's a good economy and a solid economy with decent growth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months, and this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain in the second half of the year?
I'm not saying that at all. From our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting a pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs, because someone has to pay for the tariffs, and it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind, or just the consumer buying it. And all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost, but ultimately the cost of the tariff has to be paid, and some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say, that's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming, and we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
Yeah, follow up on that. So you spent years ago talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
Good question.
No, I mean, your monetary policy has to be forward-looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking. I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We say that over and over and over again. Right, so it's always forward-looking. If at the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult. So of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this, and they understand how they're going to go, and it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say.
You don't make any sense.
Again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
Amara. Thank you, Amara Mokway with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said no, and I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we work hard, but I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought, that this is a time when we can, we grow at our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it again respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. And I think
I'm going to cut there because this guy's making absolutely no sense. It's so bad that even the reporters, many of them who probably don't like Trump, they're asking the right questions. Like, you don't make any sense. You make absolutely no sense. What was the big question that one blonde lady asked? In December, before Trump took office, you everything was okay. Now Trump's in office and you're acting like an idiot. And then it's good economy, but it's uncertain. Things look really good, but we don't know. Make up your mind, bro. Everybody, including the people in the audience and at your press conference, are all saying the same thing. You're not making any sense. Your comments are contradicting each other. None of this makes any sense whatsoever. The only thing that makes sense is that you're trying to hurt President Trump and you're trying to hurt the economy. Because, for the one reason, we don't realize what is going to happen with the tariffs. Well, right now you said the economy is good. It's, June, right? June, things are going well. Or, if President Trump said we're no longer going to do tariffs, would you come out right away and drop it 2 points? I would love to have asked him that question. So if it's the tariffs that are causing you guys a little jitter, are you saying that if there were no tariffs, you drop the rates? I personally don't like the fact that this guy and his buddies get to determine how you can buy a house or you can buy a car. Just by saying, yeah, we're not comfortable. What the hell does that mean? How can you use data and think and comfortable in the same sentence? It's you either have the data or you don't have the data. If the data says X, Y, and Z, then you go with the data, and comfortability and thought don't really come into it. You're contradicting yourself over and over and over. You're throwing up on yourself. And as he's speaking, just to let you know, I was charting to know what was going on with the stock market, which is not the economy, but it's still yet the stock market. Well, it tanked. When he started talking, it was up like about 300 points. And as he's continued to vomit on himself, it is now in the red. Both of them, the S&P and the Dow Jones, are both in the red. He has tanked the stock market single-handedly. Why you want to wait? I just want to wait. I'm not really sure. Trump's president. Man. Says you buy a car at $36,000. When you're finishing, you're paying $97,000 for the car. Go buy a house. Yeah, I want to know who is we. Good point. He keeps saying we. You're right, Barry. What an actor, an idiot. His throat's dry. He's coughing. He doesn't have any reason to be this way, except for the fact he knows what he's doing. No, he doesn't like Trump. He straight up doesn't like Trump. Trump knows it. And earlier when I showed you the press conference, President Trump was, in no essence, I mean, he was foretelling, here it comes. He's going to stiff you again. I want to let you know, here, the economy is doing great. Great. But we're not sure what's going to happen down the road. How about making it greater? What would happen if you lowered the interest rates at this point? What would happen? Well, people are going to spend more. They're going to get home loans. They're going to do all kinds of things to improve themselves financially. And they're just sitting there waiting for you and your friends to determine when we should do it. It's not like he couldn't raise rates if needed. Yeah, you could come back, give it a shot, drop it 1.5 points, and then wait till September and then come back in and goes, yeah, it didn't work or it did work. But the thing is, you wouldn't have to tell anybody. See, that's one of the problems I have with the Federal Reserve, is they're talking about their data and their forecast and everything else. You don't need a forecast. You'll know pretty quick. If you start seeing the housing market move, if you start seeing people, spending increase, then you're not going to have to worry about it. How about this? How about the fact that if the tariffs do impact pricing, but people can get cheaper loans and things of that nature to buy more products, then they won't have to raise the price. All this stuff is correlative. Yeah, lowering rates, I don't see how that's not just elementary. Yeah, if the money is cheaper, if people can afford to do things. Here's my prediction. My prediction is, it is June right now. They're going to stall. And they're going to wait till right about, November or December, just so they can, say that they're waiting, try to give Democrats a boost for the midterm campaigns. See, he had to lower interest rates because the tariff sucked. Can this clown want appointed? I can't put that. Yep, exactly what President Trump has said and has been saying. These people are not for the American people. They are for the swamp. He's still talking, by the way. I just don't want to go back to him. I've heard enough. All right, so I'm going to continue with my show and finish up here because I got a few more things to talk to you guys about. Oh, by the way, you guys heard about you saw the conference he was doing, the flag waving. I mean, the flag raising. Video just came out about it. It's a little fuzzy. It's a lot fuzzy.
All right. Hey, it's all on you now. So once you get the volume off, one side will lose the flag. It's viral on the internet. Let it go. Let it go, guys.
If you're like me, you're probably thinking to yourself, that was probably the most decision ever. Are you telling me we didn't have a giant flag in front of the White House? It took till 2025 till President Trump put a giant flag out front? Makes no sense. All right, so notice there, Ivanka was at the White House. That's pretty cool. All right, let's continue with the show.
The Iranian nation will not surrender to anyone in the face of imposition. The Zionist enemy has made a big mistake, committed a big crime, and must be punished, and is being punished. The damage America will suffer if it makes a military intervention in this field will undoubtedly be irreparable.
My question for you is...
So that's what he said this morning. He recorded that message and he put it out this morning as the parliament over there was saying death to America. And I don't know if you guys paid any attention, but last night he said, we're gonna blow up the world. You'll see. We're really gonna blow up the world. It'll be the biggest thing in centuries. Nobody's ever seen anything what we're gonna do tonight. Yeah, he did nothing. Not saying that he won't. But he did nothing. They talk a big game. Big game. From some bunker someplace. So one of the things I'm going to be covering tonight is Pete Hegseth as he's talking to Congress. Basically the senators at this point. I think it's senators. And he's talking supposedly about budget. But these idiots decide they want to talk about anything but budget. Here's a clip.
Undoubtedly be irreparable.
My question for you is whether you have been asked actively to provide options for the president regarding a strike in the Middle East.
If I had or I had not, I wouldn't disclose that in this forum, Senator. My job, our job, Chairman and I, at all times, is to make sure the president has options and is informed of what those options might be and what the ramifications of those options.
Give you the idea to do this.
It's on a need-to-know basis, and you ain't one of the people on the list that need to know. That's what he pretty much just told her. So go put that in your pipe and smoke it. You're done. And I loved it. Like, I wouldn't tell you anyway. You ask these stupid questions to try to get your viral moment on X, but you're not going to get your viral moment on X because I ain't telling you. Now, I love what President Trump says here.
I've had it for a long time. The first time I had it, you guys were after me. I said I had to focus. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. Big difference.
I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. Loved how he finally came out and said it. I'm coming after these people. If only Pam Bondi and Cash and Dan would do something. Otherwise, you can't really hunt. You got no dogs. You need to have them dogs out there.
Yes, they will not.
Say good luck.
What is the end game?
Say it.
I know the location's run out.
It's already run out. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay, let me interpret that in case you couldn't hear with all the noise going on. Somebody says, what do you have to say to the Ayatollah Asahola? And he says, good luck. And then the next question that came up right after that, the follow-up question, is how much time does he have? It's run out. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they had 60 days and a big, 60 days, plenty of time. And they made a mistake. Honestly, they made a mistake. Their country's in ruins. So many people are dead that shouldn't be dead. It's a very sad thing.
That doesn't sound like he's interested in negotiating. That sounds like a guy who's already made up his mind. Here's what's going to happen. It's too late. You should have done what you were supposed to do. I'm not playing these games with you anymore. Unconditional surrender. That's the negotiation right now that Iran has to have. But some people are like, well, what do they do at this point? That's your negotiation. Live and surrender. If you surrender, you're still going to, be able to walk around. Maybe in Gitmo, maybe in Sakat. But those are your options at this point. That's what you have to negotiate, your life. And that may sound harsh to people, but that is what unconditional surrender is. When Japan had to come unconditionally surrender, and they had to get on the aircraft carrier or whatever it was the one that they had to come and sign to surrender, the guy signing the surrender, he lived. can't speak to his quality of life, and I can't speak to the quality of life of what the Ayatollahs would be, but you're living. That's what you're negotiating at this point. You are negotiating. No, all the deal before, nope, off the table. Nope, that's not available for you at this point. And I want you guys to understand, that's what President Trump basically said, and he has reiterated again today. It's too late. You're like Powell. Too late, Powell. It's too late for you. What do you want? I want unconditional surrender. Wave a white flag and tell us, we're done. We're done. Then we can let you live. That's what you get. And then you get some meals in prison or whatever, but there's no other way out of this. Maybe your family lives. We won't just bomb the whole compound. Either way, you're done. It's too late. Nothing left. You either go bye-bye with your family, or they get to live, and maybe we'll give them a couple bucks to hang out because they weren't involved with the decisions. And now you have my terms for unconditional surrender. If you're not familiar how it worked in Japan, go look up what happened after Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Boom, boom, whoa, that's it. We're done. We're done. Where do I got to go? You need to come on this ship, and we're going to film you signing the papers of unconditional surrender. Go look it up. There's still video about it. Maybe I'll show that video tonight of Japan going on the boat and signing their unconditional surrender.
The people in the base don't want a long-term war. They're afraid that we're going to get into a long-term war.
We're not looking for a long-term war. We're looking. I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years. I've been saying it as a civilian who got a lot of publicity. People would cover it. Very simply, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country because they would use it on us and they'd use it on other people, and they'd be a terror all over the world.
He's being very matter of fact as he speaks. He posted it. That's it. The deadline has expired. Your opportunity has expired. This is it. So whatever's about to happen or may happen tonight, tomorrow, whenever, there is no forever war. Let's shake the MAGA people who are going crazy and let them know, dudes, there is no forever war. We're not getting involved in another conflict. It's over. Something may fly over and go boom, and that's it. And I struggle to understand when people like even Tucker, who I like Tucker, and different people online are talking about this forever war stuff. And I'm like, this isn't Afghanistan. We're not going to lift over and drop people in there and start trying to get people out of caves. Trump's not going to do that. It is very surgical. We know where this stuff is. We are not having people trying to come and conquer it. We're not here trying to liberate anything. We're not trying to find Saddam Hussein. None of that. There's one option on the table. One. And I wish more people would be talking about that and say, forget the forever war. That's not going to happen. All right, so what's he going to do? He's going to fly over with a plane and drop something. And there won't be anything left. And they won't be able to come back at us. They won't be able to. So I don't know what people are talking about when they say forever war. Doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe I'm missing something. Am I? Tell me if you think I'm missing something about this being a forever war. China, they may be helping them out with arms, but as soon as those things get into place, they're going to get bombed out into oblivion. Russia says, nope, we're not touching it. So it isn't like there's a war coming. People like World War III, these other countries aren't going to come in and back Iran. There's nothing there. There is no forever war. It's poof, done, let's go eat. I hate to be so simplistic, but that's what it is.
What do you make of the Republicans holding this hearing on President Biden's cognitive abilities tomorrow and talking about the 25th?
This is the kind of coarseness that America doesn't like, and they're just unrelenting in diversionary actions. This has nothing to do with...
So as he's talking about the hearing that took place today. And there's a hearing that went on in terms of where they're now investigating what happened with Biden, who knew about it, and everything else. And it didn't go well. It didn't go well for the Democrats because they chose not to participate. Now, he's talking about distractions. Look who's standing to his right, Mr. Distraction himself. That's Alex Padilla, the guy who rushed into Kristi Noem's hearing, or press conference. He's actually saying, oh, it's just a distraction, while Mr. Distraction's standing right next to him.
Well, with cutting Medicaid costs, cutting Medicaid help, helping clean energy, keeping hungry kids fed.
I will note that few of my Democratic colleagues are here today. Thank you to Senator Welch from Vermont for being here, leaving us with no other option than to take the boycotting of this hearing as an admission of guilt for their role in this crisis.
One Democrat showed up. Talk about diversion. Talk about distraction. One single Democrat showed up. They don't even want to talk about it. They don't even want this stuff on television. They don't want anything in terms of us actually discussing what happened.
We must not turn away from the search for answers.
One person. It's simply amazing at this point. This is what Peter, I think his name is Peter Welch. This is what he had to say.
It's like if we had a time machine, it could go back, maybe it'd be worth it, but we can't.
But while Democrats dismissed the hearing, the book Original Sin indicates that some cabinet officials question Biden's condition. They say access to Biden declined last year. There's the assertion that those close to Biden were more interested in preserving his legacy. Still, Democrats may ignore the hearing.
We have so many important topics to consider, and that is a totally political undertaking by several of my colleagues. It is a waste of this committee's time.
Now, the House Oversight Committee begins transcribed interviews with Biden officials next week. The committee also issued a subpoena for Biden's doctor, Kevin O'Connor. The White House said O'Connor did not think that Biden needed a cognitive exam. Bill?
All right, Chad, watching it.
All right, so I find it odd that I'm actually going to agree with Dick Durbin. I agree with Dick Durbin that this is political in nature. That is the very nature of all this. It has to come out. It was a political fraud put on America. And yes, we need to know who and why and how they did all these things. 100% political. I'm going to cover that in depth tonight in some of the hearings, along with Pete Hegseth. But yes, indeed, it was political. All right, let's continue here.
A horrible display of waste, rotting fruit and vegetables scattered throughout this market. Store after store here closed for now. Each with plenty to sell, but no one dare come here to buy these days. Immigrants usually fill this marketplace, but since ICE agents arrived in downtown LA, it's empty. Only a trickle of workers showing up.
People are ordering their groceries through online online apps like Instacart, where people would purchase groceries and bring them to their home.
Business owners in the market bleeding money, watching their potential profits rot. They say profits have flatlined.
Dropped a good 50% of what it is normally here.
Obviously, people are scared, so therefore, people aren't coming into the market to purchase, to go out and sell, and people aren't coming in to sell either, so it's all the way around. It's going to affect business.
This marketplace sells produce not only to people but also to grocery stores and restaurants.
Well, I feel like a lot of businesses, if it continues like this, we'll probably see a lot of businesses shut down because of this. A lot of maybe like restaurants, a lot of business-owned restaurants are they're going to close.
Folks at the marketplace warning you, the consumer, if the ICE raids continue, to be ready for even bigger sticker shock when you go grocery shopping.
You want to deport everybody, then the cost of products are going to go up.
The few workers brave enough to show up here at the 7th Street Market tell me ICE has not raided this place, but it's the fear of a raid that is keeping people away, hurting businesses.
I don't know if you saw my video when I talked about Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass and the screaming that they are doing because the entirety of their economy is based upon newcomers. They can't exist as a state without these people that they have put into slavery, in essence, to do what they need to do. And now they're terrified because, oh, wait a minute, so my restaurant where I've been having all these people and they all run to the table and they're all newcomers, I might go out of business because I actually have to pay for stuff? I have to pay Americans to work? Oh, you got to stop this. Oh, we got to have our newcomers. There's no way we can exist. Well, just like these other countries that were getting USAID money, if you can't exist, if your economy can't exist, because the only way you can see through it is to have people who aren't supposed to be here, then you don't have an economy. You're propped up. And so all of this has exposed a very deep, dirty secret in the Democrat circles. They can't exist without these newcomers. And you have to think back, how long has this been going on? You're supposedly the fourth biggest economy in the world. California's economy is supposedly huge, except it's falsely propped up. And so now all these people with investment, in terms of like restaurants and produce and everything else, what are you going to do? You invested and built a business on a lie. You lied to the American people. You lied to your own people. You even lied to the newcomers. Everything's fine. Just go ahead and wash my dishes. Just go ahead and pick that fruit. You'll be all right. Really? And now they're gone. The ones that haven't been deported or self-deporting or just plain hiding. And they're not coming to work. And these people are just screaming like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do now? Well, there's a very simple solution. Very simple solution. But they don't want to hear it.
We can't let them continue their lies and their distractions. We can't let them deport the millions of families across this country who have been doing the work that keeps our economy going every day. We can't let them scapegoat and criminalize immigrants who contribute, who are our neighbors.
Immigrants, nobody has a problem with immigrants. Again, the conflation continues. They only have one word for these people when there should be two words. An alliteration, if you like, in terms of, remember back in English? Because there's one word that should be going in front of immigrant. Actually, we shouldn't even be saying that at all. It should be that I word with the word alien. And then you're properly describing these people. And you're complaining now because you want people to break the law. You're out here making speeches because you expect the law to be broken.
Our friends, our churchgoers, our community around us that we deeply love. Immigrants are us. Immigrants are us, and we all deserve respect and dignity. If you look at the food that's on your table, think about who picked it.
I don't even know if they realize how bad that sounds. When you look at the food that's on your table, think about who picked it. Ooh, maybe I don't want to eat it. They're actually saying this in public. The people who clean your toilets, the people who pick your food, oh my God, they're going to be gone. Really? They've become so accustomed to this, both with the voting and their cheap stuff. This is what they wanted for America. Even her. Too bad.
If you look at your homes, think about who built them. If you look at your vulnerable elders and your kids, think about who's taking care of them.
And look. If you look at your home, think about who built it. Huh? Ooh, that's a big supposition there. And if you look at your kids, Who's watching your kids? Your nannies. So I need these people to watch my kids, to help build my house, to pick my food. Do they not realize how insulting that actually sounds? I mean, they keep talking about us being maggots and how we're not, you know, we don't treat people right. You know, we're Nazis and all kinds of things. I never said, you know what, I like you because you're going to pick my stuff for me. I can't go and buy food that's from America. I can't buy any shirts. I can't do anything from America. I need you to pick my food. I need you to watch my kids. Are you serious?
What's going to happen here is that we're going to find that milk gets a lot higher, because I don't know if any of you have ever been in a dairy farm. It is god-awful work. We're going to see that groceries and vegetables are higher.
You know this woman ain't spent no time on a farm milking a cow. I have talked to Robin and her relatives that lived in North Carolina, up in the hills. I've been to a farm. I was taught to milk a cow when I was in grade school at 4-H. It's god-awful. Hey, Anna, do you know how cows get milked in mass production? They have machines. It's not like people are there, you know, in the big dairies doing it by hand. They're doing it by machine. But she's saying you're not even going to be able to drink milk. Without these immigrants, I have to say that word, without the newcomers, you can't even drink milk. Oh, my God.
We're going to see an effect in our economy, because whether people like it or not, whether Americans acknowledge it or not, undocumented immigrants are an integral part of our society and our economy. And we're going to have to get used to seeing the videos of U.S. citizens detained, of U.S. citizen children being ripped from the arms of their mothers, and while they wail, of, you know, dads and moms and business owners. Yeah, we're going to have to get used.
The problem for these people is none of this stuff is working. It is like Einstein. I think it was Einstein who said you keep doing the same stuff over and over expecting a different result is a very definition of insanity. That narrative is not working. Telling me I can't buy something because there won't be people to pick it. So, I go to the store, and if my cookies aren't there, I don't buy them. I'm not going to cry. Hey, no one's going to be there to milk the cow. I'm pretty sure I could go someplace and find some fresh milk if I wanted natural milk, or if I drank milk at all. But I'm sure every one of you can go find milk. Remember the whole chicken things? Oh, we're not going to have eggs. It's too expensive. And now they don't even talk about that. Your narratives suck because it means nothing to real Americans. When real Americans sit back and go, life's not bad. If only the Federal Reserve would do some things. But now there's job openings everywhere. And these job openings are helping growth. People are getting better wages. So your narrative has an expiration date. The more people get into these jobs, what are you going to do? They can't cry anymore. Well, they cry all the time, so what difference does it make?
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population.
Some of you may have seen this. This is painful to watch. Two strong conservatives, Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. And they get into this stupid diatribe here, which makes no sense. I don't understand why conservatives, many conservatives who have great influence, are out there screaming about war, when you've just watched most of the all of the press conference that President Trump said, and he made it very clear. Hey, this isn't going to be any kind of a long war. In fact, by its definition, it's not even going to be a war. But we've got all kinds of people screaming on X, fighting each other, including these two guys.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah. How could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country... I didn't say I don't know anything about the country. What's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, it's not even. You don't know anything about Iran. So I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims. You don't know anything about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump. Yes, I do. Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. If you really believe that, we're carrying out military strikes today. You said Israel was right with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them. Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity. No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them. You just said we were. We are supporting Israel. High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening. Hey.
Why? That's all I can say is why. Why are two people that I admire, why are these two people and others out there screaming about this stuff? How about just go to your neutral corners and shut the F up? Neither one of you are the President of the United States. None of the people on X, except for the guy who is the President of the United States, make the rules. Decide what's going to happen. But yet, you're out there just screaming and talking crap and doing all this stuff. I do have something I want to show you. And it just doesn't make any sense. So President Trump is doing some sort of address, or was, about a half hour ago in the White House. And I want to show you what he just said.
Look, they should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet. And they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way.
Could have been done the easy way. All right. So I don't understand. MAGA, unite or you're going to cause a problem. People are saying that Trump's not approval rating, but his appeal amongst the different people, different factions and everything else, that it's causing a problem. They're lying. Either they're lying or this is a lie. You tell me.
And overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I mean, look at this. 79% of adults agree on that. They agree with Donald Trump. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. 83% of Republicans, 79% of independents, 79% of Democrats. When you get 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans agreeing on anything, you know that that position is the very clear majority in this country. And so the American public is with Donald Trump. They definitely oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons.
So this is a nuance here, but, Trump and Netanyahu both arguing that Iran is close to being capable of making a nuclear weapon. If that is the case, what is the feeling of Americans as to whether the United States should get involved in this conflict?
Right. If you buy Donald Trump's theory of the case, and I think that's important to note, this is polling from April. If Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at this. Overall, you get the slight plurality. I mean, it's within the margin of error, but the slight plurality of Americans actually favor U.S. airstrikes compared to 47% opposing it. Now, here's the other nugget I'll note, right? There's been a lot of talk online and on social media and in podcasts of a divide within the Republican ranks. But here, on this question, if Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at that. 69% of Republicans, the clear vast majority of Republicans, favor U.S. airstrikes on Iran, on their nuclear facilities. But there is this substantial minority, 27%, who oppose such an idea. So it's not surprising you're hearing those other voices besides Donald Trump out there. There are plenty of them in the Republican ranks who oppose the U.S. striking Iran if they're trying to make a nuclear weapon. But the clear majority of Republicans are with Donald Trump if, in fact, Iran is trying to make nuclear weapons. They do, in fact, potentially favor U.S. airstrikes.
All right, so either that poll is BS or Tucker and all the other people who are bitching need to just shut up. You're on the low side of the number here, and if that's true, It says everything. Be done with it. Now, it's amazing to me. I wanted to show this. Hopefully it sounds okay. But Monica Page actually got a chance to ask President Trump a question today.
You've had record low numbers for the month of May, 95 apprehensions, 0 releases, compared to that of the previous administration exactly a year ago, more than 60,000 releases. What do you attribute that success to?
I like you. Who are you with?
Turning Point USA, sir.
Well, they're very good. Turning Point, Charlie, very good. That's what I call a good question, fellas. 1 out of 10, John. 1 out of 10, but that's a really good question. No, we had record good numbers on the border. And people are coming in, but they have to come in legally. Like some of these guys behind me, they have to come in legally. And if they come in legally, we want them. They have to say they love America, they love our country. And if they can't say that, we don't want them. Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was pretty cool. Monica got to ask the last question. That was it. And she got the questions. And normally she's not actually in the White House room. So, Ashley, you're going to have to get her back on sometime soon. Real soon, because I understand she's been elevated. She's actually in the White House pool now. So fantastic. Congratulations to Monica on that. She got to ask the president a question, and he complimented her. Yeah, you're good. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, so let me take a few comments here. Anybody saying anything? Yes, Trump, like in Monica. Love that. Yeah, exactly. Go, Monica. She might be too big for us now. Maybe she don't want to come on anymore. We got to find out if she's still around. Our aerospace industry makes 5% of U.S. GDP and hundreds of thousands of jobs. SB, thank you. He's out back from the pool. That's awesome. Yes, get her on soon. We will try to get her. That is so cool. I know it seems like a small thing to a lot of people, but I just think it's really cool that someone we get to talk to is sitting right there asking questions. And she asked a good question, not like these morons who ask some of the questions. All right, let's go ahead and finish up this show.
You know, I do think that several members of Congress in some of my discussions have brought up media literacy, because that is a part of what happened here. And we're going to have to figure out.
Okay, I'm going to let you hear what she's got to say she wants to figure out. This should make you chill to your bones as to what they're looking to do should they get back in power.
How we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation. It's one thing to have differing opinions, but it's another thing entirely to just say things that are false.
You first. You should do a press conference and say that, and people should say to you, you go first. If you want to start carving out more censorship, they're letting us know what happens if they get back in power. I'm done. Benny's done. Patrick Bet-David's done. Tim Pool's done. They're all done. Nope. What you're saying is now wrong. We can't have you speak wrong speak. We're going to have to shut you guys up because you speak BS. Even though she speaks, and there's all kinds of videos of her speaking BS. But she wants to shut the media down. What do you think she's thinking about? Podcasters.
And so that's something that we're looking into.
Meanwhile, let me tell you about being in this country. This is the greatest country in the world. But yeah, I know that. And we all know that. But every day, we are worried. Do we have to be worried about our kids? Are our kids going to get shot because they're running through somebody's neighborhood? They are not big deals, and I don't mean to say they're not big deals to you, because that's not what I meant.
And they are not doing well there either. They are not doing well in Iran. They are not educated. They cannot property. They cannot leave
States. I'm talking about
nobody wants to diminish the very real problems we have in this country. That is no one's intent. But I think it's important we remember there are places much darker than this country, and people who deserve rights.
Not everybody feels that way. Not everybody feels that way. Listen, I'm sorry. You know, when you think about the fact that we got the vote in 1965.
Okay, they don't have free and fair elections.
And it goes right back to racism. Here they come, right back to it. Like I said, their narratives never change because they have nothing else. There's nothing else. Sandy says, "Oh, we're gonna have to stop people from being, BS and what would she call it, misinformation." And yet you just walk down the street, go to New York, and turn these guys off. Turn this off because all they have is crap.
Elections in Iran. It's not even the same universe. They can't go out of their house. The women.
You know what? There's no way I can make you understand.
Let me try something. It's like try to reverse roles with a black person in this country, let's say, because I think that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Just try to understand from their point of view. From that point of view, this country does not do them well. Does not go for them.
I completely.
Hold on, I'm just checking something. Yeah. My skin is black, maybe not as black, maybe not the same shade. What the hell are you talking about, Whoopi? And see, these people and the gaslighting that they have, you have to understand that the woman saying this, the woman who's saying, black people, it's awful being me, is a multimillionaire. She was a comedian, and then she did movies, and now she's on this show, and you're supposed to forget all that. It's not supposed to. Hey, oh, I'm sorry. Am I letting you know that I'm black and I'm a movie star? And seriously? Still, after making tens of millions of dollars, this country has treated you like crap? Why don't you say thank you? Instead of just keep saying the same old tired crap. The black peoples and the black... The people on her panel don't even believe this stuff. You realize, Whoopi, you're rich. You're rich.
And we shouldn't compare atrocities. If you're talking about Iran, of course, is doing worse things. But relatively speaking, it feels bad.
Okay, but I think you know that Iran is significant.
I guess we're going to come back and talk.
I was in
we're going to come back and talk more about
this. And I know what happened.
Oh, gosh. Earlier, there in that conversation, I didn't include it, but the lady with the whitish lady, I forget her name, Farah, she was talking, there's certain, the Pride Month people. By the way, is it still Pride Month? Anybody heard about Pride lately? Nope, no. Anyway, she's like, they go over there, they get thrown off buildings. Sorry. The same people who are yelling, yeah, free Palestine. Go over there. Some of you blue hairs, go ahead, go over there. You get airlifted, and not the way you want to be airlifted. In fact, some of them found out they went to Egypt, and they were like, we're here, get out. You get tossed off a building for being a certain affiliation, and I'm pretty sure you black don't get you tossed off a building. Their narratives are done. I don't even know how they stay on television. You must be one brain dead, white, liberal, old woman who sits there and looks and says, oh, the black people have it so bad. You haven't listened. Whoopi's trying to tell you the black people have it so bad. And nobody taps the person on the shoulder. Do you understand that's Whoopi Goldberg, right? Yeah, Whoopi's she's explaining it to everybody. You understand. The black woman who says life is horrible is worth tens of millions of dollars. What do you mean? I just wonder if they ever sit back and think about it. It's like going to a movie and you're watching somebody on the screen and you think to yourself, oh, is he a soldier? No, he's an actor. Tom Cruise is not an undercover agent in Mission Impossible. He's an actor. And I think these people get locked in and they watch these shows and they're like, poor Whoopi. She's like, you don't know what it's like to be black. And not realizing you're talking to a woman who's made more money than you will in your lifetime 3 or 4 times over. You'd have to hit the lottery like 3 times to have as much money as Whoopi, and you're feeling bad because she's black. Wow. You got all the old white women in here. I thought, no, maybe older white women but they're conservatives and they're not idiots like who watch The View. A little bit different. Okay, the people have sense on their head for the most part. Now here's where the mods may have to get a little bit itchy finger, because for some reason some of the older conservative people have a problem with where we're going now. So if you don't want to hear about finance, now might be a good time to say, okay, Barry, we'll see you tonight. All right, okay. You still here? All right, let's talk.
The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you, Mr.
I call it TDS, and a lot of people think that's Trump derangement syndrome. It's tariff derangement syndrome.
Right, the next stage.
The next stage. Yeah. And I think that a lot of Democrats are in favor of tariffs, but now that President Trump is leading the charge, they can't be. And so they call them the Trump tariffs. And that all these predictions have just been baseless and a flop, and nobody wants to admit it. Nobody wants to admit it. That the CPI, the PPI were both 0.1% last month. And we had, which was the cumulative was the best number since 2020. And the month before that was the best number since 2021. We haven't had a recession. As a matter of fact, the economy is very strong. Household income growth was 0.7 or 0.8% in April. For 1 month, that's out of the park.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome.
Basically, you wouldn't know the difference if he was standing at the Federal Reserve. Jerome Powell said exactly the same thing, but then said, yeah, but we're not sure, so we can't do anything. Everybody has the same data. Everybody's looking at the same numbers, and they're going, man, this looks good. Yeah, I'm profitable. Things are really good. But the difference between everybody else and Jerome Powell, he's like, I don't feel, I'm up in my feelings here. We think that things could turn. Now, I don't know when the next Fed meeting is, but I need to know what they're going to do, hopefully, when the big, beautiful bill gets passed. They should call an emergency meeting. Boom, we're going to lower it. Things are about to take off. So remember during his press conference, he said everybody can see that there's some volatility here that we're not really sure of. Everybody? You sure?
Powell is misinformed, uninformed, or chloroformed because the inflation picture, as President Trump has rightly called it, is being taken care of. Inflation came in lower than expected last month. We learned that this morning. CPI is at its lowest level in 4 years. Gas prices down to 4-year lows. Oil prices down 15% since President Trump took office. And what is the Fed? They're doing absolutely nothing. What Economics 101 teaches you is that when inflation comes down, you lower interest rates as a result. Americans deserve a little bit of relief when it comes to their credit card bills and their mortgages, and Jerome Powell can do that if he would stop trying to sabotage the president and his agenda.
Well, of course, President Trump has been pushing back. He had comments again today saying the Fed has to cut a full percentage point. What do you make of the pressure campaign? Some people say.
So when you're looking at the chart, and what Charles is showing is that decline in inflation. It's now measurable. Remember, if you guys were here earlier, and Jerome Powell was talking about data. There's data right there. There's a serious trend. Inflation. What are you waiting for?
It works against the president because now Powell, he would look like he's bending to the will of the White House.
Well, it's not bending the will to the White House. It's bending the will to the economic facts and realities of the ground. Here's the truth, Charles. The New York Federal Reserve has its own estimate of what they call the natural rate of interest. That's the interest rate you know from the Fed that neither slows down nor speeds up the economy. Their model says that the Fed's rate right now should be 3.3%. Where is Jerome Powell keeping it? 4.3%, a full percentage point above where rates actually should be. So President Trump, once again, is absolutely right. They need to cut by a full point. That should likely take place over the course of a couple meetings later this year. But that's what needs to happen. And so President Trump has the right instincts here in calling for the Fed to loosen policy, to recalibrate it, and to align it with the actual facts on the ground.
So, James, we keep hearing about the end of American exceptionalism. Nobody wants our dollar. They don't want to buy our bonds. Well, we just an hour ago had a 10-year auction, 4.421. That was the number. The win issue was 4.428. Indirect bids, 71.6%. Looks like that was pretty well received to me.
It was extremely well received, and I don't think that's a coincidence, by the way, that Secretary Bessent announced this historic trade deal with China and the United States this morning. We're on the precipice of signing it. It's good for our businesses and our workers, and we're going to continue to see as investors voting with their feet, not just here in America, but around the world. They want in on President Trump's golden age.
I got to ask you, I'm going to switch gears a little bit because you were very vocal. You posted a lot on social media, the Trump-Musk feud throughout the entire episode. I would imagine you're pretty happy about the way things are going right now, but why was it so important to you? Why was it so important for the audience?
It was important to all of us because we have two incredible men in President Trump and Elon Musk. They did not have to do this. To great financial and reputational pain, they entered the arena to fight for the everyday man and woman of this country. And to see that division last week, it hurt. And I wanted to step up. Elon is a friend. The president is a friend. I was happy to be involved in that.
Data. Data is your friend. That's all I'm going to say. Just a lot of people get mad when we start talking about, money and being prosperous. Just listen to what he says here.
Process, but I'm glad that Elon apologized to the president earlier this week, and now publicly, as we saw earlier this morning, we have robo-taxis, Charles, driving themselves with no one in the driver's seat in Austin right now. Tesla stock is about to skyrocket, and it's further proof that under President Trump's leadership, AI is going to take us to new heights.
There's a lot of unpacking that needs to be done there. Tesla stock is about to skyrocket, and AI is going to take us to new heights. Now, I don't know where you are on the platform, where you are in the spectrum of investments. I got into a little tete-a-tete this morning where the lady's like, can you stop talking about finance? Can you not? Some of us don't need it. Well, some of us do. And it doesn't matter with me. I don't care what rung you are on the ladder. There's a higher ladder. I am always going to try and improve. And if I can take some of you guys along with me, then that's fantastic. So what I'm going to do is again, I'm going to keep a segment of finance on every single show. I'm not going to really go into too much, but then what I'm also going to do is start doing webinars off of YouTube where you guys can come in and we can talk about some certain things. So the people who don't want to know anything, the people who think money is bad, they don't have to show up. And it will be around people. However many people show up, we'll just be able to talk on our own. And I'll show you some things because I don't want to piss people off, but at the same time, I don't want to stop because it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me to help other people. It means a lot to me, for me as well, to learn and look at the signals I look at. One of the signals I told you earlier in the show was to circle that date when Jerome Powell gets out of office. That is a date that you're going to want to make some moves if you can. There's so many breadcrumbs being shown to people, and a lot of people don't take the time to either look or pay attention, and there's definitely nobody there who wants to explain it. That's why I do the interviews with Kevin Demerit from Lear Capital. That's why I do these things, so that you can see. And right now, there's a lot of opportunity, and people shouldn't feel bad because people are talking about this opportunity. Louis says, I hold a lot of XRP. See, this is one of the things I love about this community. It doesn't have to be me talking about it. You guys have seen BLS Doom Crew. Now you're seeing Louis Goad here. You may not even know what the heck XRP is. Like, what do you mean you're holding XRP? What's an XRP? Talk to them. Don't wait. That's the biggest thing I can tell you is don't wait. Avoid the naysayers. Let the Debbie Downers do what they want to say, but find the people who say, you don't have to buy anything. I'm not telling anybody to buy anything off anybody. Knowledge should be free. And just let's talk about different things. Let's see, what should weak to weakers do? Okay, I'm going to close with this question because this is perfect. What should week-to-weekers do? I spent some time last week with my grandson here in town. This is a true story. And when he came down, we had a great time. He went to a football camp. He's 16. And we opened up a bank account for him. And we put $500 in it. And I told him I'll put $500 every month. And now here's what you need to do. You need to learn how to manage your account, understand what you're doing, and then look at increasing that number. I mean, I haven't even run a spot for Lear Capital, but I have told him this is about $35 right now. It's an ounce of silver. You should be buying at least 3 of these per month. If you're getting $500 a month from Granddad, and that's not even counting what Mom or Dad throw in there, it's $100. For $100 a month, you can begin salting away these silver pieces. Anybody can do that. If you're a week-to-weeker, as this thing says, there's no reason why you can't buy this. And then just think, now is June of 2025. If you did that in 52 weeks, if you bought one of these a week, $30, give up the coffee, do something, give up something, buy one of these a week, in 52 weeks, you would have 52 ounces of silver. 52 ounces of silver in today's prices would be about $1,500. 52 times 30 something bucks. That's $1,500 that nobody can take from you. It's in a safe. My grandson, I'll talk to him about, getting with his mom and getting someplace, maybe a safety deposit box, and you'll have this forever till you sell it. Same thing with gold. So as a week-to-weeker, you need to find out what it is that you can put aside and put it in a safety deposit box and just be religious about it. That's the easiest, most simple thing you can do. 30. Kevin, when he was on here, said he expects silver to go to $70. Don't know. Maybe it will with all the stuff with AI and everything. That's a double of the money. Now imagine you're 16 and you did that for the next 10 years. Do the math. Do the math on where you'd be in next 10 years if you put aside all that money all that time. By that time, maybe you'll be ready to buy a house or get married. Who knows? He's 16. What can a week-to-weeker do? Just that. Begin. Start. Buy some Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you don't have, if it's like $100,000, you're not buying a whole Bitcoin. You can buy pieces of a Bitcoin and keep that in your digital wallet. See, what week-to-weekers don't have is knowledge. And the only way you can accumulate that knowledge is by talking to people who are willing to share it for free. I'm not saying buy a course. I'm not saying buy, some seminar or whatever. Just do your own due diligence and find your way. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. I will never, ever. I will stop doing this show if people don't think that you deserve to be prosperous. If anyone says to you, you don't deserve prosperity, ignore them, block them, never talk to them again, especially if it's somebody that you work with or in your own family who are going to try to stop you and keep you here instead of you looking and going, well, next week I'm going to buy 2 pieces of silver. Maybe next week, I've got silver, I'm going to buy a piece of gold. I don't need that pizza. I don't need to take that Uber. I don't need that Starbucks coffee 4 days a week. Think about that. People are going into Starbucks almost every single morning on their way to work and spending $7 or $8 on a coffee. That coffee, you're going to poop it out or pee it out within a couple hours, rather this is going to be sitting in your safety deposit box as long as you want. Just saying. That's what a week-to-weeker should do. And then move on from there. I'll be right back. We're in a very volatile time right now. There's plenty of financial uncertainty. Now is not the time to be speculative. And I'm also speaking from a personal perspective. I'm buying income-producing real estate, and I'm buying gold and silver. A lot of people don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And too many people listen to the news and social media. That'll get you in trouble. Let's face it. It's obvious that a lot of people have an agenda they're not telling you about. Right now, your best bet is stability. And that means you might need to build a hedge against global volatility. May I recommend gold and silver to you? Real gold and real silver. Not paper, not certificates. Actual gold and silver. What gold and silver can give you is absolute peace of mind. A stock is only as good as the company behind it. It's merely a piece of paper. One of the things I can tell you is that many people are finding out the hard way that some of their investments were built on quicksand. Gold will never be worth zero. Silver will never be worth zero. If you want to calm some of your fears, give my friends at Lear Capital a call today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. Just so you know, Lear Capital has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $5 billion in trusted transactions. And Lear is the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So go to learberry.com. If you want peace of mind, give my friends at Lear Capital a call at 800-601-5430. Or look down here below and go to learberry.com. And don't forget to ask about getting up to $15,000 in free gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Do it now. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. Be safe. I just want to say thank you to the Fanfare community. And if you're new here, I'd like to take a moment and welcome you. If you watch my videos, you've probably realized at this point that this isn't your usual podcast. The difference is that every single day I try to make this show an open conversation amongst friends. You see, I believe that speaking to friends, here and in your own circle offline, is the best way to push back against all the lies being told by the Democrats and the media. I encourage people in this community to welcome each other, and in doing so become a source of support for those seeking to unplug from the matrix. If you'd like to communicate on a deeper level, I invite you to subscribe to the channel, but if you'd really like to surround yourself with like-minded patriots, join our free and private X group by going to fanfareshop.org/group. When you join this free group, a few things will happen. One, if you haven't used X before, you can use X without venturing into the sewer that it sometimes can be. Two, you can share content with friends that you meet here. 3, you will get notified every time I go live, so you can't count on YouTube notifications. And 4, and this might be most important, you get content that I can't share on YouTube or Rumble. So please take a moment and join our free and private X group. Just go to fanfareshop.org/group. Remember, it's members only. There are 16,000 plus people in that group right now, getting close to 17,000. To join our free and private members only X group, just go to fanfareshop.org/group. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
I promised Ashley and I promised my wife that I wasn't going to get into negative commentary with people anymore. That I'm not even going to pay attention to some of the comments. But I want to take a negative comment and flip it on its head for the benefit of every single person watching. This person just responded a little while ago. And it says, Barry, answer her question. I don't know who she is. I didn't see the question. The answer, or the statement says, if she buys silver, she can't pay her electric bill. You don't understand true struggle. And it's a great opportunity to do your commercial. You don't understand true struggle. See, first and foremost, I would never put myself or put out a statement when you don't know what somebody has been through. See, because you're assuming things and you have absolutely no idea what somebody else has gone through. You don't know if somebody got divorced and lost everything and had to figure out a way what they were going to do to make their way back. You don't know if certain things happened along the way where the true struggles that you talk about were turned into motivation. See, that's where the difference is. Maybe because of my sports upbringing, I said, you know what, Dad, you're right. Nothing is going to stop me. Whatever struggles I go through, it's through. And maybe no one's ever talked to you this way, and you should look up the scripture about walking through the valley. Though I walk through the valley, through. It's not a way station. You're not hanging out there. You're walking through it. So those of us who have known true struggle, it's because we went through it. I knew it. I just didn't hang out with it. I'm not hanging out here. That's the difference between people who are unsuccessful and lamenting and people who do achieve a certain degree of success. They understand that struggle and challenge and all the things that come with it are merely steps along the way. So you could take it, old writer, and say she can't pay her electric bill and say, okay, well, that's it. You're done. You don't understand what I'm going through. I can't pay my electric bill. That's the mindset that they want you to have. You're done. There's nothing I can do. I got to pay my electric bill this month. I could not possibly do anything else. Really? Have you ever lived where your power was off and you didn't know how you were going to get it turned back on because there was no money there? I have. Like, what am I going to do? How am I going to get the power turned back on? I don't know. Well, maybe I can just go out here and learn something to do, or I could take my big behind out here and see if somebody needs some work done. Maybe, I need to be like a newcomer and knock on someone's door. Hey, can I paint your fence? Can I clean the snow out of your yard? Whatever it takes. That's going through the struggle. It's not sitting back and going, I'm in a struggle. See, you don't know anything about me. I come on this thing, a couple times a day, and I talk for three and a half hours now, and you think that this is easy. And I've told you many a times, every single thing here has to work. The lights, the camera, the microphone, the monitors, the software, everything has to work. If one thing goes down, the entire thing goes away. Did I know how to use any of this equipment? Well, I mean, before I was doing the Miami Dolphins and real estate? No. I had to watch hours and hours and hours of videos on YouTube. Oh, how to do this, how to do that, how to set it up, how to edit, how to do that, how to do this, which microphone to buy, which camera to buy, what lights to buy. Oh, my light's blown. How do I get it connected to my router? You have no idea the struggle that even I have gone through just to make this work. Never mind my past life. But every single day, and I tell Robin, because she's like, hey, I don't understand how you can do 6 hours of a broadcast every single day. You know why? Let me tell you why. Because when you have that struggle, what was the saying people used to say? Oh, you forget where you came from. No, I don't forget where I came from, because that's why I do what I do. That's why when I'm done at the night show, I'm just sitting there going, I'm done. Oh, Robert, I can't even wake up right now. I'm going to go just flat lying in bed. I can't even tell you the last time I've turned on the TV in my bed. There's nothing left. I give it all. I lay it out here because I never want to go back. I remember what back there used to look like. No, I don't. I'm never going to forget what back there used to look like because I'm never going back. That's the difference. And some people can say, oh, Barry, you're ranting. And no, you asked the question. So I'm answering you. Maybe giving you more than you expected, but I'm telling you, you don't know what a struggle is. There's been times, and people have been here when either YouTube has turned me off or there's a power surge or something. Nothing I can control. Do I stop and go, I'm done? Mm-mm. When I make a ranking or certain level of achievement, do you think I go, I'm number 40, I'm number 10, I'm done? Nope. There's always another rung to go for. It took me a long time to struggle when I realized because I do news, it doesn't really have a long lifespan. And so you have to keep feeding this beast every single day or otherwise everything goes away. My grandson was here for 3 days and I just said, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to spend some time with him. And so my ranking fell because we weren't doing any shows. Never presume to know what somebody else has gone through. And that's where your comment is wrong, because I do understand true struggle. And that's exactly what motivates me to tell you people about it, because I've been through it. One day I'll give you the entire breakdown of what happened to me. And then when I tell you, there are going to be some people like, no way. I'm like, yeah, way. Only reason I haven't discussed it because I know if I told people what happened to me and where we are now, you would say I'm making it up. There is no way that Barry could have done that. I hear that all the time. I heard it with the Dolphins. Barry must be buying subscribers. He must be buying views. Nope. You just can't believe that this happened this way. I have 360,000. I don't even know how many subscribers because I don't pay attention to that. Subscribers mean nothing to me. Views mean nothing to me. There's something that does mean something to me, and maybe you may figure that out because it has everything to do with never going back. And so I aggressively attack this. So back to the woman whose questions I didn't see. It says if she buys silver, she can't pay her electric bill. Well, if that's the problem, what's the solution? You see, every time I was taught by the guy, the billionaire who taught me some stuff, is like never bring a problem to a meeting. Never. Never bring a problem to a meeting without having a proposed solution. So I'm going to ask you to ask her. If you can't buy silver, you can't do anything because you won't be able to pay your electric bill, that's your problem. What's your solution? What are you going to do about it? You can get back to me when you have that answer. If it's nothing, then you're not going through a struggle. You're existing in it. You have to find a way through that struggle. And I'm telling you, I can be your life lesson. There's a way through. No matter what your age is. So, just saying. Didn't mean to go off like that, but it is what it is. I don't get it sometimes how people are so willing to be defeated and to accept defeat. Maybe that's my athletic background. I remember I told you this story too. First day of practice in college, and I was a big man on campus coming out of high school, and I got my butt driven into the dirt. And the coach looked over me and goes, "You're not in high school anymore." I'm like, "Oh yeah, you're right. You better hit the gym, bro." You just got your ass waxed. First play, bam. Whoa, what hit me? This big corn-fed dude from outside of Pennsylvania dropped me like I was a bad habit. I'm like, hey, that never happened before. What do I need to do? How do I solve this problem? Get your butt in the gym. Okay. That's what I had to do. Somebody says some people just thrive on being a victim. And I don't know I don't know if it's so much people thrive on being a victim, but they don't have any way to understand that there's help available in some way, shape, or form. For instance, I don't know where this woman lives who can't afford it, but if she's chatting in here, because that's where the chat had to come from, it means either she has a tablet, a phone, or a computer. Do you know how many times people text me or email Ashley and said, I'm looking to do this, can you assist me? And most of the time I don't have time to go through them all, but it's very simple. What is it you want to do? You know what? Maybe you should contact a business in your area and ask them if they need help responding to people on Facebook. I could give you 1,000 different ideas, even if you're dead broke. So, it is. Accountability is very freeing. It is. Exactly. And the thing with it is, you don't know, man. You know what it's like to look at your wife and go, honey, I don't know what to do. What do you mean you know what to do? I got married to you. You better figure it out. There's no options here. Oh, really? No, figure it out. Well, I don't even know what to think about. I don't know what to do. Well, you're big. Go load some boxes in a warehouse. Oh, seriously? Yes. I'll give you one hint. And this woman may be too old, and so she can't do that, which is, problematic. But I remember, hey, man, Uber. I ain't doing nothing. I'm sitting here on the couch waiting for some money to happen, and I don't know what to do. And I'm sitting here eating bonbons. How about I do some Uber? And I literally drove Uber at night. Scouts on. Got in the car, driving people back around. Oh yeah, wow, I just made $60. Ooh, I just made $100. Oh, I made $90 per night. Just by signing up on the app on Uber. It's not as profitable anymore because of course they stiff people. But back then, you could make some money doing Uber. I did it. Absolutely drove an Uber. It's crazy. Yeah. All right. So discipline is the key. So enough right now because I can ask you. I mean, I can tell you there are so many things you can do. Just go through it. The struggle, whatever the struggle is, go through the struggle. Don't stay in the struggle. Because the struggle is what actually makes you get better. All the time I spent in the gym, all the time I spent running on a track, I'm like, oh my God, why did I do that? Why did I go through the struggle of running, lifting, doing and eating crap? When I say crap, back then, because I was on a diet and had to do different. Why do you do all that? Because people tell you this is what you need to succeed. Oh, so I got to do this? Mm-hmm. Or maybe you find someone who is at the level that you want to be at. There's a tip for you. If somebody's at a certain level and you're like, I'd like to be at that level, well, find out what they did. Remember the whole thing with Chris Gardner. What is it you do and how do you do it? Remember that movie Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith? And the guy was broke and living in a bathroom in the city, and he walked across and saw this black guy get out of a Lamborghini. Like, wait a second, what is it you do and how do you do it? And then the rest of the story, you may want to go look at the movie. True story. All right, let me go ahead and do Super Chat so I can get out of here. Sorry, ran long here. What's stopping Trump from firing Powell? The dude was a pain in my buttocks. Yeah, he's been tempted. He's definitely talked about it. That's for sure. Let me go back up here. Hey, Barry, you should do I Don't Care Dancing with Senator Padilla. Oh, there's some funny videos about him. Barry, the same thing. Jennifer Seidel, someone said we would colonize Iran. They are suffering now. Look at Iran 1976. They were very free with we are liberating Iran. Yes, ask some of these women. Make it make sense. Democrats couldn't stop Trump's momentum, so they got Israel to do it, the linchpin, the black swan, to destroy Trump's legacy. Yorkie Mom, I live about 40 minutes from Huntsville, the largest arsenal in the U.S. That's probably the first place Iran would send a missile. Very scary. Hope and pray that doesn't happen. Mr. Fisher, when I see a picture of you wearing the Trump sneakers in public, I will then buy a pair. Deal? Deal? Okay. Tania, Barry, when can we have another prayer night with so many horrible things going on? Ashley is working on that right now with Pastor JJ. Renee, thank you, Barry, for your amazing insight. Thank you very much for watching. Again, I had an issue with the MAGA offers and need your help. I sent an email to you. Can someone contact me? I will definitely look at that. By the way, if you guys ever have any problem, many people will email me and say, hey, this didn't work, this, that worked. And I've been able to intercept or interject and get things done. Kim Micheletti, it's pathetic that this dude, Congress, and the judges hold us American hostages while they act like they are president. Exactly, man. It sucks. Hefty Shills, what's stopping Trump from firing Powell? I don't think he wants to hassle, but it may not be. Somebody asked earlier, how are all these people entrenched in government? Because he allowed them to do the entrenchment, that you can't do this and can't do that. But he's tempted. Mama Mima, community putting on a show for the Iranian people. He is. Jennifer, again, don't forget an actual migrant workers here on a migrant visa. Housekeeping is the greatest gig for college and retirees. You know what else is a nice one? I don't know, depending on how old the person is, working at a car wash. Vacuuming and washing cars. You can do that. Party Dog, that lady made it sound like we real Americans can't do anything on our own. Exactly. Barry, you should dance the don't care dance. But I do care what people think. It's not like I don't care what kind of predicament people are in. I care greatly about that. Let's see. Did I not play that? Nope, I didn't play that yet. So I'll save that for tonight. I've got some more financial data for you, but it's running late and I'm hungry. All right, talk to you tonight at 7:30.
you.